I hope the sound and stuff is nobody's doing whatever.
How you doing, sir?
Good.
Good.
Looks like it's with the sound recording levels, so I want to know it's county does. I think it's going to be all right. Okay, thanks.
Hey, you can turn me to Lindsay Hamilton, local area.
Thank you so much, Jessica. I always leave my phone. I don't know what I did. I always leave the phone in my vehicle.
Thank you.
We have been elected as representatives of the people to conduct the affairs of the most beautiful county in Florida, Wakulla County. What matters most is that we unite on core values to support what is true, good, and beautiful. Let us commit ourselves this day and every day to doing our best as commissioners and as citizens to work for the common good, for our county, our state, our nation, and our world. Amen. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This is the regularly scheduled public meeting, 1st of September, this date September 7th, 2010. First order of business is the approval of the agenda. Are there any additions, corrections, or amendment? I might ask at this point in time if all the commissioners have received the correction to the August 16th minutes.
An email out of
Right, with the correction in.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
at the appropriate time, items 15 and 16.
Let me clarify, Commissioner Ross, did you receive that?
I don't recall reading an email. Is there something vital that I need to know about?
There's one correction of there's a typo, well, it's a correction of the minutes on August 16th.
Is it a substantive change I need to know about in order to approve this?
It just clarifies the vote as being 5-0 as opposed to 4-1.
On which item?
We approved I think the motion was to hold that meeting that we just had, that special meeting.
Oh, okay.
My vote was the one that was in question, and they clarified it was 5-0
Okay.
opposed to 4-1.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so, Mr. Pingree?
Yes, sir. Just noting that items 15 and 16 are removed from this agenda. They'll be brought forth at a later agenda.
Any other changes by the commissioners, additions?
Move that we approve.
I have some,
Sorry.
sorry. Okay, on the consent agenda, items 11, 12, and 13, 23, and 24.
I'm sorry, do you want to pull those for discussion?
I will be.
Okay.
Not necessarily discussion, but clarification on something. Yeah, discussion. Okay.
Could you repeat those numbers, please?
11, 12, 13, 23, 24.
Okay.
Okay.
I have some.
Oh,
I wanted to pull from the consent agenda 9 and 12, which is among the ones you've pulled. I also had a question about, I noticed that the chairman has a budget item for later in the meeting, and I was just wondering whether that should be discussed earlier, maybe as part of or immediately after the public hearing on the budget. I would be open to that if that's appropriate.
I think that during the public hearing on the budget, all ideas and discussion can take place at that time without there being any need to do anything else.
Without moving the item forward. Okay. And then the last thing is I wanted to try something out. And after the citizens to be heard portion of the meeting, I would like to have a brief period up for comment or rebuttal by the county attorney, any county employees such as the administrator, and also county commissioners.
I'm not sure I understand I don't understand.
Well, one concern I have is that we have citizens who present concerns or what are reputed to be facts or sometimes allegations, accusations, and that's broadcast to the public. And it's been pointed out to me that the public really doesn't hear any other side. And so I just thought, I'm not after each citizen comment, that's not what I'm talking about, but at the conclusion of citizens to be heard, that if I wanted to ask the county attorney to comment on something that I didn't get to ask her to comment on our last meeting, and maybe a county employee, if some mention was made of them during the meeting, that would be a time where they might offer some factual information that would help explain something. Or if commissioners had comments, I just would like to try that if people are willing to do that. And I can put it in the form of a motion if you would like. And if nobody wants to say anything during that period, that's fine too.
So there would be another item at your suggestion that would be added to the agenda that has been revised.
After citizens be heard, yes. That there be an opportunity for comment, factual comment, or rebuttal, or
I guess we'll find out the pleasure of the board when a motion is made to approve the agenda of what is included in that motion.
Okay, I'm confused. Do you want me to make a motion now, or?
Oh, you can make a motion. What we're dealing with is the approval of the agenda.
Right, and I conferred with the county attorney to ask whether it would be better to make that motion closer to that time or to do it during the agenda discussion, and her recommendation was that I do it during the discussion of the agenda, so that's why I'm proposing that now.
I guess with the confusion that I'm having, if I'm having any confusion, is we're dealing with the agenda. If you would like to make a motion including that item in the agenda that you're going to make a motion on, then I think that's what the motion would be, as opposed to a separate motion.
Okay, then I move to approve the agenda with that additional item included.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve the agenda with the items that have been noted to potentially be pulled from the consent agenda, along with an additional item that would allow for a form of input from commissioners, county attorneys, staff regarding citizen input or citizens.
Following citizens to be heard.
Following citizens to be heard. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
There's a second to that motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Brock, where are you?
I would have discussed it a little, but we went straight to the vote. I worry about where this, I'm trying to figure it out in my head, and that's why I was going to talk about it more. I think that if you allocate time for comments after citizens need to be heard, then it becomes expected that all of staff, all of the commissioners comment on every comment that's been made. And I'm not sure how, that's how, and I know that's not what you're envisioning, but I'm afraid that's what's expected. Like, every comment that's made would then be expected, and then if I was a citizen and I came and made a comment, and there was 20 citizens who made a comment, and we commented on 2 of them, we didn't comment on mine, I might be angry, and I might come and complain later that, why didn't you comment on my comment? I asked you a very important question, and I feel like you're ignoring me. And that's why I think, I worry.
Well, it doesn't even need to be directly related to any comments that have been made by citizens. It could be made from prior, even.
Let me clarify maybe how I see this thing flowing right now. There's a motion on the floor to approve the agenda as stated by Commissioner Otts, and I think that's what we're voting on. I don't know if it really raises to the level of having a large discussion over it. If it fails and goes on to another motion, somehow we have to approve.
Right, the agenda. But we're discussing a whole new concept that we've never done before.
For one time.
For one time. I'm going to vote against it because of what I said. We could talk about it maybe under discussion items later. My mic's on.
Yes, so's mine.
Can you not hear me?
No, they couldn't hear me. I guess we have these different levels of mics again. So I'll hold one.
Can you hear me now? Well, can you hear me now? I've been looking at you? Okay.
Okay, so the motion, there was...
Fails, 2, 3.
Okay. So now we still need a motion to approve the agenda.
I move that we approve the agenda with the noted changes.
Second.
Of the fully consented agenda items. Okay, motion by Commissioner Stewart, second by Commissioner Brock. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimous. It passes 4-1. Okay. Our first order of business is a public hearing. And this deals with request to approve and conduct the first of 2 public hearings to adopt the tentative 2010-2011 budget. Entertain a motion.
A motion to conduct the first of 2 public hearings.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Stewart, second by Commissioner Brock. Any discussion further from the board? Hearing none.
We're going to hear the staff tell us where we're at in this process, right? That's what I...
Oh, yes, yeah, this is going to be a lengthy process, but I think we have to approve that motion to conduct the public hearing and have the public hearing and come back to adopting the tentative budget. So this section is the vote to approve to have the public hearing and to eventually adopt the tentative budget.
Does that need to be 2 different, distinct? I hear what you're saying, Mr. Chairman. Does it need to be 2? Okay.
Okay, so we'll separate that, Commissioner Stewart. Okay. So all those in favor to conduct the first of 2 public hearings signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. Mr. Bowden?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll just walk you through the agenda real quick. As you know, this is the first of 2 public hearings required by Florida statutes in order to adopt the budget for the next fiscal year, 2010-2011. During the budget process, we've had a total of 5 workshops leading up to today, with a lot of discussion by the board and a lot of citizen input. What we're doing here today is we're going to adopt the tentative budget and the millage rate, tentative millage rate. There's a process in order of which the board needs to do that. And there's also a script for the chairman to read as we go through that process, as well as we've attached the resolutions that will be entered, setting those millage rates for the millage rate and the tentative budget. The only change that's been made since the tentative budget was presented to you on July 15th by the county administrator was to the fire MSBU, and it's noted in your agenda item. Since the tentative budget was submitted, the board has reduced the total assessment to $75. So we've gone in and adjusted the budget to reflect that decrease because the tentative was recommended at 100 assessment rate. So that decreased your budget in the fire MSBU by $1.6 million, therefore reducing your total budget by that amount. So that is the only noted change to your tentative budget. Outside of that, other than that, we're ready to move forward with adopting the tentative millage and budget. Thanks. We're here for any questions.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question?
Please.
At what point do we're in this whole process of we're going to do the MSBU rate? When we're going to establish that? Is that going to be before we finish the budget process or after the budget process?
Yep, September 9th, this Thursday, we'll have the public hearing on the MSBU's.
But if we end up telling you that, I'm hoping I can convince the board we need to keep it at $65, but and let's just suggest for a minute that we go there, then it'll change this again.
Yes, at the second public hearing, I'll present you with a budget at 65, and then the board at the discretion can do what they will with it.
Okay.
Any further questions for Mr. Barton on the reduction of $1.6 million? Is that the reflection of the $25 decrease?
It's a combination of three things. Based on what we've received feedback from the board at workshops, it's a reduction of obviously the $25 decrease in the assessment rate, but also we backed out the SAFER grant revenue and expenditures. And if at the time in the future we get that grant and the board wishes to approve accepting that grant, we could add that back in the budget, but we backed it out for the tentative. And also the cash forward is backed out completely. So this budget is based strictly on what $75 will get you in an assessment.
And the reason to back out the cash forward, was that for direction?
No, it was discussion by the board that they wanted to preserve that cash balance, and we didn't fund any CIP projects based on wanting to preserve that cash balance, because in order to fund any of those CIP projects, we would have to use that cash forward. It wouldn't be covered by the assessment. So, and we didn't have any clear direction on what projects to fund and how much of that cash forward to use. So we just backed it out, and we can change it at the board's discretion.
Okay, and the projects are in this tentative budget or not in this tentative budget?
There are no CIP projects currently budgeted in the MSBU fund right now.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, is the board pleasure to have a further discussion at this point, or to proceed to citizens or
I'm through for now.
Okay.
I'm good for the time being, fine.
We'll hear from citizens. Mr. Larry Roberts.
Larry Roberts, Shop Choppy. I haven't gone through a lot of detail in preparing for this tonight. I thought maybe there might be a motion to adjourn by now. The budget. The Wakulla News of last week had a comment that everybody all the constitutional officers, everybody was asked to do 10% reduction on their budgets. I noted that the sheriff's department was the only one mentioned that had not made any reduction in their budget. The sheriff's department is one that I have, I believe, and have voiced my belief over time that is bloated and needs to be a reduction. It's hard to argue that point because we don't know how much the people are being paid down there, or at least I can find out. If somebody knows, they haven't shared that with me. And I have here in my hand a piece of paper. It's just a random piece of paper that came out of the computer originated the News Herald over in Panama City, I suppose, and it has the departments. The first entry on the page, as I say, it's a random page. Panama City Beach Police Department. It's got a name. It's got Police Corporal. He makes $40,206.40. The middle of the page is Panama City Police Department. There's a lady. Police Officer K9 makes $40,020. Bottom of the page, Bay County Sheriff's Office. There's a mental health counselor. Has a name there that I'm not saying here. Makes $40,000 a year. My question is, why don't you have something like this? Why don't you know exactly how much everybody's making? Back to the Sheriff's Department. I see Corrections has one more employee program for this year than they had last year. That's a maintenance officer. The law enforcement has 6 more employees this year than they had last year. Some of them are grant employees, but the problem with grant employees, I've found, is that when you have an employee, hire an employee on a grant, when the grant runs out, you can't remove that employee. So if you take that employee, you take that grant money, you're committed with it forever and ever, amen. Back to the 10% reduction. I don't understand why, if we need to make these reductions, you gentlemen and lady don't just state that, well, in this particular instance, the Sheriff's Department gets this many million instead of the many millions that he has requested. That's up to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chuck Hickman.
Charles Hickman, 528 Hickorywood Drive, Crawfordville. I know many of you saw Saturday morning, about 2 weeks ago, an announcement that the Madison Sheriff was trying to prevent budget cuts. They were asking for a 5% budget cut from $4.8 million. I got to looking at it pretty close because what struck me was they are approximately half the number of people in that county as there are in this county. And I'm one for making comparisons wherever I can. And whenever I read this, its wheels started to work a little bit, and I said, okay, we're looking at 34,000 people, they're looking at 17,000 people. They're working on 4.8 million, and we're in the neighborhood of 12 million, if I'm correct with that number. Well, I made a call today just to make sure I understood what they were talking about. They work with 4.8 million, with 17,000 people, and that includes dispatch in the jail, housing 80 inmates. If you doubled that, that would be 34,000 population, equivalent to our county. It would be $9.6 million. And it would be housing 160 inmates. Now, I don't know how many inmates we have in this county, but to me, it's, even if you threw in another million on top of the 9.6 million, you're running around $11 million, and if we're looking at a $12 million budget, then it tells me that we should be able to trim $1 million out of that budget. And that's being lucrative by just throwing in another million off the top. So that's just a comparative study that I kind of whipped together thinking about this, and I found out today that they're very close to getting that 5% reduction by going line item by line item through the sheriff's budget, and they're doing it with the county commissioners. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin. we had requested a list of the employees from the sheriffs. Did you receive that?
No, I haven't, sir.
Okay, thank you. Are there any of the constitutionals that wish to make any comments at this time?
Of the sheriff's office positions and salary amounts have been provided to you.
Okay, who received those?
Dropped it over at your office today.
Today. Thank you. Anyone from staff have received that list in this room? Okay, thank you.
The budget for my office that was approved by revenue, I believe is $5,631 less than what's in the budget there, if I'm not mistaken. And that's due to the governor vetoing the retirement thing, I believe. And also, when you look at the figure that shows what's allocated in the budget for us, there's $2,026 of that comes from the North Florida Water Management District. That doesn't come out of the county commission. So that's $7,000 or so there besides what we had before. And I just wanted to make sure those were in effect, because I think the figure that's, and I may be wrong, Tim, but I think the figure that was in the book is higher than the one that revenue finally approved. I couldn't hear you.
We'll make that correction.
Okay. And the other question, in listening to the changes that had come out of the workshops, I didn't hear anything said about the health care. And I'm still wondering where we are there. And I was under the impression that the majority of the commissioners were not in favor of passing it on to the employees. And I just want to make sure that that's still the consensus of with the commissioners.
Okay. Let's, Mr. Borden, where does the health coverage stand with the present figures that you have brought forward?
The current budget still has the 10% increase to the employee contribution in them. It's $53,000 we can try to carve out if it's the board's direction to do that and bring it back for the final budget. But currently, right now, it's still included in there.
I thought we had given that direction, but maybe we didn't. Maybe we need to do it now.
Maybe we'll give some direction on that in discussion.
And that was what I thought I got out of the last workshop, but I might have misunderstood. And I assume that the money that we'll be giving back from last year's budget, you're just going to hold out. Is that what I understood out of the budget? Okay.
Tim, so if, I'm trying to make sure I understand, if the property appraiser's budget is $36,000 less than what's the
It's going to be, no, it's not 36,000, it'll be,
3,600?
no,
Not 7,000.
7,000.
it's 2,026 for the water management and, 5631 more from what was originally turned in, so about 76 is what it amounts to.
You're going to correct that.
Yes, that's 76,000.
What kind of direction?
7,600, not 76,000.
7,600, sorry.
What more clear direction do you need to take out the health care than we've given you already? Do we need you to?
We need to know where to transfer it from. We need to know where the cut's going to come from so that we can not pass that on to the employees.
Okay.
Now I'm understanding this is the first $7,600 perhaps of that, but we just need clear direction from the board as to where do you want. I think Tim gave at the last meeting the exact amount for the board. It was around $50,000.
Right.
that had to be identified somewhere else, and we
We're
just
gonna
never
give you
got
back
that
30,
answer.
about 33,000, you can add that to it, see, you're getting close now.
Commissioner Watts?
I wanted some clarification. I thought that the 10% hadn't been, wasn't uniformly applied across all departments. I thought we had done it, and I thought Sheriff's Office had done it, but I didn't think Property Appraiser's budget had it in there. Am I not remembering that correctly?
It was figured in as far as I'm aware.
Okay, so it is across the board, that 10%.
Well, I don't, I said it for the board, I don't.
We went back to
Constitutional
where it was
budget.
directed by staff and figured what it would be.
But our assumption was, if that was board directed, it would be absorbed in their budget, that increase in,
Right.
and how it was handle it.
What's the total? What my understanding is 54,000 is the total for everything but the sheriff's department. Is that a correct statement? Or is that just the board?
That's just the board.
Okay, so now what is it for?
Ours is much less.
But what you,
Including us absorbing the 10%.
Is it in that 53,000, is that what you're saying?
Including the office paying for that 10%.
so you're not going to pass it on to your employees right now with the budget you've submitted. Okay, so now we're back to, we need to give them direction to do hours, either hours alone at 54,000, or include the sheriff, or some combination thereof. And what I'm hearing Donnie say is that we've just found 40,000. 33,000 he's going to give back, and 7,000 that we just discovered is different than what we knew. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, so we found 40,000 of 54,000. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but the disconnect in that is, starting with the auditor and then also based on prior board direction, you wanted us to tap cash balances less as revenues to support operating costs. And what's being talked about here, I think, in both cases, is taking found money, which is really money returned, that otherwise would help build up your cash balances, and realizing it as a new revenue source to offset an increased expenditure of about $54,000. Now, you can do that, but our thinking, I guess, to this point was standing board direction in alignment with your auditor and budgeting practices to try and build up those reserves. So we were hesitant to take money that the property appraiser or the sheriff, for example, might be giving at the end of this fiscal year and tapping it as a revenue. We were hoping those monies would go to help shore up fund balances and cash reserves.
And maybe we can allow a discussion, a complete discussion first before we address any of the specifics that the board may want to direct staff to do. Commissioner Watts?
And I just want to, at our board workshop is where we directed to have employees assume 10% of what their health care costs are. And then at the very most recent workshop, a lot of employees spoke out that this would be a hardship and they were concerned about that. And I just wanted to refresh your memory that I offered a couple alternatives that different from not having it at 0 versus 10%. And one of those was to apply it at 5%, which is less. Another was to apply it only to higher wage earners. And apparently there's some precedent for doing that. People who make over $25,000 or some cutoff point that it wouldn't affect the lower income people, and it could be 5% above that. And I also suggested applying it only to smokers. So there was really no discussion about those proposals. Their employees were responding to the 10% for all income levels. So if we went in one of those directions, we wouldn't have to find as much to cut from somewhere else. I'm just refreshing your memory on that.
Thank you. Any other constitutionals wish to give input? Department, if not, department heads. Okay. Commissioner Arnold?
Yes, I don't know when is the appropriate time to make this, but I thought Mr. Sparkman had a great suggestion last time about exploring the possibility of pooling with the school board to hopefully get a better insurance rate. And there are other negotiations that can be done with your healthcare provider, your HMO or whatever. So one thing I was wondering if perhaps we should form a healthcare cost containment committee or group that would include our human resources person, someone from the school board, some other people who have expertise in that, to look at ways that we can help to contain our healthcare costs as we move forward.
I think that would be best as an agenda item to bring forward. I'd like to give my input at this point in time, and I think one time the board asked for a 10% across the board budget cut, and this never took place. And I understand that some departments have really leaned their budgets and are down to the skinny. And I'm not suggesting picking or choosing, but I am clear that the two largest portions of our budget are the administration and this would include all BoCC, all board, excluding the constitutionals, and then the other is the sheriff's department. And if we were to do a 10% cutback from the now proposed tentative budget, it would result in a savings of $1,758,000. And these cuts, in my opinion, should be made from recurring costs, not by shifting around money, not by taking away and saying we're not doing cash forward, we are doing this from one pocket to the other, but actual recurring costs. And I think that if we want to take something that's other than a recurring cost, such as utilities or fuel, we have to have well demonstrated that we have a track record. We've already established this lower rate, and I don't think we do at this point in time. Our economy is bad, and our businesses and our citizens are suffering. And I think it's time, in my opinion, for this board to take a leadership role and set that level of cut. And just in these two areas, we can cut our millage rate by 1.5 mils, actually a little more, or we can choose to supplement things in our budget, such as health care and such. But that's the point I just want to make. Further board discussion?
On what you just said, or just discussion?
Well, just discussion. I would mention two things in the budget, though, Mr. Pardon, that there are a couple of items that are under the sheriff's, it's actually under ours, on administration, such as the Oak Street Sheriff's rental, which is $49,000 a year, and the tower lease, which is $33,600 a year. I think that's better reflected under the sheriff's budget than under our administrative budget. I just point that out, Mr. Body.
Okay. What is the probability, Mr. Pingree, of this coming year that we're going to maybe not have to have the extra building down there? Is there a probability that housing may consolidate down into an existing building? Is that I'm just looking for money right now, because I want to go away from here today with some clear direction for you guys, at least for me, saying that the next time we come for the next public hearing is that we are not going to pass the insurance cost on, period. Where we got to get that from, so I'm looking for some money. Now, you don't, I mean, we found that other, call it what you want, that's money, and I don't care. If we don't use that, we got to find it somewhere else. So I'm just asking that question, is there a probability we may not have those rented buildings, and that's the savings?
Well, a majority of the annex is supported by housing revenue, so if that were to go away and you didn't have the need, it wouldn't offset or reduce your millage rate anyway. There's a possibility of moving those that are general revenue supported, veterans and department head, to a different building, a different county building, but then you still have the issue of the existing lease agreement and negotiating to break it. So we're still working on that.
Okay, well, I hear what you said, Ms. Arts, about the idea of 5%. I don't want to pass any cost on to the. We're talking about $50,000. We can find $50,000 somewhere in the weeds that will make this work, and we don't pass this cost on to the workers. I mean, you say started at $25,000. I can't imagine trying to live on $25,000. I don't know how anybody does it. Now, there's a ton of folks out there who do, and I don't want to force them to have to make a difference in buying groceries and paying health insurance, and that's where we are, and I don't want to do that. So I'm just trying to be sensitive to the fact that we're not going to give them a pay raise. We're debating whether to do these MSBUs. Everything costs everybody more. So I'm just trying to do our part here and not pass that health care cost on. So, I mean, I've talked to Tim and several times about trying to find that $54,000, and I don't guess you found it.
They're found.
Okay.
It's at 7,500, so we're getting, we're on knocking it down.
Okay. I'm suggesting that we take that other $33,000 and use it rather than cash forward. Use it to, I mean, call it what you want. It's at the end of the day, I don't want to pass it on to the citizens. That's all. I mean, we're going to go up. We're debating whether to go up on the millage rate right now, $0.5 mil, which we're probably going to have to do. Where does it stop? I just want to give you some direction, that's all.
Commissioner Brown.
You go ahead, speak first.
We've missed one citizen, and I'm sorry about that, Mr. Emmett Maxwell Jr.
My name's Emmett Maxwell Jr. Campbell, family of Campbells.
Sorry.
And I don't really know how to get into this with y'all, but I'm gonna tell y'all right off from the beginning, I love Mr. Donnie over there, Miss Sheriff. I think they're wonderful people. I know them a long time. Know Mr. Donnie's daddy. And I've lived in this county most of my life. I've had kin folks here since at least 1862, at one time or another. And when I started off in my life and getting to the budget, I was one that made good money through most of my life. I'm down now. I got down real sick in 2002. I had to quit working. And Mr. Mike Gary said something about, living on $25,000. We ought to try living on about 10. I think I make just a little over $10,000 a year to live on. And my problem with the budgets, they keep growing. Well, that's fine. But older folks, and I'm sure there's a lot of older folks in this county that are going to agree with me. Why y'all increasing these budgets? you know, our expenses is not going down. It costs more and more, you know. Not very far from living under a bridge somewhere. God has blessed me in wonderful ways with land. And I'd be sold some of that land, but to sell it, you got to give it away. I'm not going to do that. And I started studying the law. And I know each one of y'all has probably took the loyalty oath. And that loyalty oath under 876.05 Florida statute says that y'all, you know, will uphold the Constitution of the United States of America, and you will uphold the Florida Constitution. And when people goes back and owns a piece of land, you know, you probably grab any deed you want to grab in this county and go over to the land office, and you'll probably find out that you listed as a renter on that deed, even though you've took your sweat all your life and paid for that. Well, I'm here to tell you that, you know, our founding fathers set a program called the Bureau of Land Management in place in the early 1700s for people to, when they come to this country, they would give them a piece of land that wasn't under the king over there and having to pay his fees. And they wanted to be sure when we come in here that those fees wouldn't be put on the private people. Now, since 1933 and the bankruptcy of the United States, you know, and I don't know how many of you are aware, but the United States incorporated in 1871, and all counties, cities, and states operates as a commercial entity. And so I won't get into all that tonight, but
we have 3 minutes per speaker, Mr.
okay.
Campbell.
Well,
and we've used
I
that
just wanted
up.
y'all to be aware of this thing, and so I'll give y'all a copy of what's going on.
Okay.
And if any of you wants to contact me later on, you know, this land is granted under the Leslie Payton land grant in 1785, and
We'll be happy
do not apply.
to accept the information you're about to distribute. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Or just one copy?
Well, just one copy. And here's the declaration, and there's a little more to it that Dr. Forbaker was
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Watts?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand. Commissioner Kessler's position is to make a 10% cut in administration and sheriff's budget. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Commissioner Stewart wants to find $54,000 somewhere, plus maybe raise the millage rate, which is...
Well, that's what, I mean, that's already in here. The increase in the millage rate's in this tentative budget.
Oh, so you're not talking then higher than the 5.75? Okay, that's why I wanted to clarify.
8.75.
8.75, because it sounded to me like you were thinking you might need to go higher. So, okay. Well, I'm between the two of you, and maybe because I've looked ahead at Commissioner Kessler's item, I thought there were some good thoughts there. I've stated a number of times that by supporting the MSBU, I wanted, as a more fair way to pay for fire services, I didn't want, and I also wanted to lower property taxes by that amount. So there's 465, roughly, that I still want to see cut. And, you know,
465,000 cut from
the tentative budget. And that's some of what I think Commissioner Kessler was doing in his item. So that's not the 10%, but so, like I said, I'm between the two of you. And when you're looking at those kind of cuts, you may well be looking at letting go some employees, which is why I come back to trying to share the pain a little bit and and do some of the things like the furloughs or the fire, not fire, the cost sharing on the health insurance. I see that as better than letting employees go. So, anyway.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Again, we're in a powerful economy right now, and I'm not saying the problem is our budget. I'm saying it's our economy with the dip in revenues. I mean, we're collecting less than $1 million. We're collecting over $1 million less in taxes this year, correct? I'm just making sure it's over $1 million less we're collecting in taxes, even with this increase in millage rate. Well, that's an argument that's hard to sell to people when they're still having to, look at their tax bills and looking at decreasing property value. I think in a community that's over 60-70% state national forest, we should be looking at other revenue resources more. I do think at some point we should look at a communication services tax. And it's too late for this year, so it's going to be something we'll have to explore for next year's budget, a tax on Comcast and cell phones. Items that, if you can afford Comcast and cell phones, you can probably afford a couple extra dollars, so it doesn't affect people with fixed income as much. I do have some suggestions, though, of a couple of nickel and dime things we can cut from the budget. And it's always ridiculous to me when you're having to argue for nickel and dime things that you can cut, but we have a couple. I'd like to see us cut our bottled water service. That's $1,300 a year. After the sheriff when the sheriff's department gave us some money back, we increased our general reserve up a little, from $75,000 that we agreed was okay. I think we should move it back to $75,000, which will free up about $11,000, a little over $11,000.
Could you go over that again, please?
At the beginning of the budget cycle, when we started our first budget workshop, we had a proposal for, I think it was...
That's the $550,000 you're talking about, or more?
Yes, the sheriff gave us. But I'm talking about we had $300,000 in our general reserve, and I think $300,000, or $150,000 in our general reserve, and $150,000 in our emergency reserve. And I proposed early on that we should reduce those numbers down to $75,000 to each, and everyone agreed. And we did that. It's in our budget. That's how our budget was reflected. That's the money that we use so that if someone comes up with an unexpected cost later in the year, we have money. That's our general fund. That's the money we have to do things. And we approve $1,000 here or $500 there. That's where it comes from. But one of the things with collecting less money is you have to tell people no. We've had that conversation. We're going to be telling more people no. But when we have additional funding from the sheriff's department, because you like to have money in your general reserve, and that money then at the end of the year, if it isn't spent, goes back into the general reserve, they added some money into our general reserve money. I'm saying to leave it at $75,000, which will free up just over $11,000 for us. And we can put that towards the health care cost. I also spoke to Debbie today for a while about cell phones. Right now, our county's spending about $30,000 annually on cell phones. And I asked her to look into, and then hopefully for our next budget have an idea of people who might be able to say, and work with county administration, hopefully this is the direction you need, to find out if there's people who don't need cell phones who have them on staff, who I'm sure need them, but we might be able to cut them. And each one you cut is going to be about $1,000 in cost, give or take a little, over 12 months. And I'm hoping we can at least cut $5,000 or more there. So those are a few of the nickel and dime things. Oh, and I also wanted to propose, a lot of our staff over time has acquired little desk printers, and I have no idea how much this will save us, but to have more of our staff quit using little desk printers, use up the last of their little ink cartridges that are in there, but when those ink cartridges run out, they have to start using the central copy machine and printer instead of buying more, because those little ink printer things, and I really don't know how much it'll save us, but I think it won't be reflected in our budget, but it will be a cost savings into the future, little printer inkjet things. That was Debbie's idea. Way to go, Debbie. But I have no idea how much they'll actually save us. But I know a lot of people do have their own little printers. So that's another, almost 15,000, sorry.
Thank you. expanded when things were good, and we had this expansion of government. Things are bad now. We need to have a contraction of government, and that's what that 10% cut speaks to. I'm not pretending to micromanage anyone out there. Talking about two entities, the commission and the sheriff's department.
I apologize, Howard. I said 15,000. You probably looked at me funny. I didn't actually mention each of us has fuel and subscriptions that are attributed to us, and I suggested cutting that. That's a $2,250 savings. Lynn had already volunteered hers. I wanted to come back and say I'd give up mine. I'm sure everyone here. We don't have travel, but we still have money for fuel.
Right, and we have salaries of about $30,000 apiece, and we should feel some of that pain also. And if we're asking for a 10% cut, then we should be looking at a 10% donation back to the county. But without going into specifics of how to get there, we have to do something to significantly reduce this tax that is coming down. You know, I understand that it's lower than the rollback. I understand all of that. But people are getting higher tax bills. They're facing possible MSBUs now. And, you know, I really feel very strongly that we have to contract this government. And that's the big stuff. I know you're picking at the edges in it, and those are all admirable things. But when we get to the really big things, I mean, that's where the money is.
Did anyone have any objections with those, or can we consider that board direction?
I think we'll start taking those things up when we're finished with discussion.
Okay.
Yeah. We may be finished with discussion. Is there any further discussion, Commissioner Green?
Not at this point.
Okay. So we've covered the citizens and everyone else out there, and you want to start proposing some direction to staff?
Well, everything that I suggested, Tim, I've gone over them with Tim. He's aware of them. There's a couple other that I'm discussing that might be able to bring up to the next meeting, but these are the ones. Did you catch all of those?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, if I could, I should point out that there was insurance presented to the board where it would be no increase. You know, we increased our insurance premium by 4% from CHP. They offered us a plan where we didn't get any increase, but there would be higher co-pays for the employees. So I don't know if that's something that the board wants to re-look at. We're under a tight time frame. We'd have to know by tomorrow if that's what the direction they want us to go in. But it was something that we thought that we should probably re-present to you. I mean, it's going to be a higher premium for every time you go to the doctor and anything like that. But
Can you give us examples of what those higher premiums would be?
Premiums is co-pay.
Co-pay.
Yeah, co-pays. So I think, Debbie, what was it? The doctor says it goes from 15 to 25.
Correct.
For example, it's just one, I don't know them all offhand, but that's kind of the ballpark you're looking at. So it's going to be more out of pocket than...
Commissioner Brown?
I think because it has to be done by tomorrow, I think that we should avoid doing that, but I do think it's something we should look at for next year. And I would also at the point say I think Lynn's idea isn't a bad idea. I'm sure the best way to do it. It's a good idea, Lynn.
Thank you.
Try to figure out the best way to deal with our healthcare, because our healthcare is going to continue to go up because of the way healthcare is in America. So trying to figure out ways to make it lower. But that'll be another agenda item.
Okay, so we have, let's make that in the form of a motion to do that.
Right, no, that's what she's going to bring it up at a...
No, I'm talking about your suggestion on budget cuts, so the board can actually take...
you want individual motions?
Or we can...
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, just get them out of the way if you'd like to.
I move that we cut bottled water service, phase out the use of personal printers, look at cell phones, trying to reduce by $5,000 to $10,000, cut the fuel budget line and the subscriptions budget line from the commissioner's budgets, and move any additional funds left out of above $75,000 in the general reserve towards the healthcare costs.
Just a point of clarification there, is that the when you say general reserves, is that the cash forward or?
No, it's the general reserve line in our budget, which was at 75,000, but when they printed it, they tend to put more money in there, which is the right thing to do, Tim.
How much more is it?
A little over 11 grand.
Over 11 grand, $11,073 or so.
Would you consider amending that so that it's just, that those are being cut and not directed to healthcare? And then we can address the healthcare as a separate issue?
Sure, I will consider that. I do at the end want to see us, I would like to see us cover the cost of the healthcare for our employees. But yeah, I'll take it as a cut from the budget right now. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Brock and second by Commissioner Otts. I guess on each one of these motions, we might be subject to citizen input, but I'm not sure of that. But let's proceed. I'd just like to be clear that $300,000 is our reserve accounts.
Right.
And that's where are those the same accounts that our auditors
Those
said?
are unallocated funds. They do not appear in our budget. So there's a whole reserve fund that's unallocated. Does not appear in our budget. We don't talk about it or acknowledge it in the budget conversations, really. It's unacknowledged, unallocated funds. We do allocate a certain amount of reserve money, emergency in general, that we use for costs throughout the year.
Okay, I got it. These are not
These are, I'm
$3
not talking
million
about the unallocated
figure.
funds, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not talking about the unallocated funds.
And it's only 150, Commissioner, it's not 300,000. It's 75 apiece.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
it's
not
75 in each
yeah.
one of those.
Yeah,
Okay,
75%.
okay. I'm sorry. Okay.
So it'll be 75 that we'll have left, and then we'll have 75 in case of an emergency.
So, any further board discussion? Hearing none, call for a motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Commissioner Stewart, did you have an item you want to bring forward?
No, I'm just disappointed that we don't have any suggestions where that 54,000 come from, but I guess that's what we're doing now. It sounds like we just found some. I'm not sure what all that amounts to. Can you tell us that, somebody?
Just one second. The printers. Cartridges are hard to guesstimate, so I'm just going to give you a ballpark, probably $2,000, $3,000. I don't know what we annually spend on that particular item, but we can figure that out and narrow that down a little closer. But for now, I'll just put that in there.
Okay, what's the total of what his suggestions just were?
$29,000.
Well,
Well, I'm including the property appraiser, $7,500. I'll read through it. The bottled water, $1,300. Oops, I need to add that. The property appraiser, $7,500. The reserve amount, the $11,000. Cell phones, we guesstimated $5,000. I don't know how many of those are not mandatory, but if more, then we'll increase that. Commissioners, fuel and subscriptions at $2,500, and then printers at $3,000. I upped it because I didn't have the bottled water in there, so it's actually $30,300.
Commissioner Otts?
Yeah, I wanted a little more information about the healthcare option, that the co-pays would increase, but we wouldn't have the 4% increase in the premium. Are those, that wouldn't affect co-pays for ward visits, just sick visits, or would that? See, that's where we need to be negotiating some of this. Okay. But I still probably like that better than, or something to maybe not just wait a year for.
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, I mean, I understand that the board doesn't want to pass on the insurance premiums, but to not pass on premiums and to have a small copay increase, I think makes some sense, because I don't think what the people would be paying in copays will come anywhere near close to what they would have paid if we had the 10%. So I think it's again a compromise or somewhere in the middle.
So how does the board feel about that on the copay?
My problem with it is that I don't actually know all the details about it. We have one example of what the cost change is. For instance, for me, I went to the doctor this last week for the first time since 2006. You can tell I'm healthy. For me, that's a great deal because I have paid my first copay since 2006. For a checkup, I got it. Never mind. But for someone who has 4 kids and goes to the doctor regularly, I don't know what that affects them, how much that costs, where that is, what it goes if you go from having to deal with medicine, so you'll be paying, I don't know what the medicine cost would change. I don't know what, if someone breaks the, like, I'm thinking about the people with kids, the ones who are worried about the budget, those other copays. And that's why I said maybe next year when we have time and more information.
I agree, it would be good to have more information.
We have some more information for us if that's available.
We're going to get, Debbie's heading back to get that and make copies. I mean, what would happen, as I understand it, is, as Tim had said, there were 2 options given to us. One that we've been operating under, which is there was going to be an increase in the premium costs, and then the other one where there would be an increase in the copays, but no increase in the premium costs. So what we've been operating under is what, a $54,000 gap that you guys have been focusing in on since the last time we talked about budget. If you go with this Plan B, if you will, where the copays go up, the $54,000 gap goes away. It would just be the same as it is this year as far as the county's cost. But it would be, I'll just pick on myself, every time I got a sick kid or every time we go to the doctor, any time that there's a prescription, I'll pay more out of pocket for those events. But Debbie's going to run and get that now that you want it on the table.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
What started all that was, and that's where I'm at, is I don't want to do that to people. I want us to pay the difference in this increase, period, and not, I mean, call it what you want. If you do one or the other, and like Alan was suggesting, that if you have kids, then I just don't want to do that. I think everybody understands where I'm coming from. I just simply want to pay the difference in that. It's $54,000. That's not a lot of money when you're talking about a how many $1 million budget.
It's not a lot of money if you're only talking about $54,000, but the chairman and I are talking about trying to make bigger cuts. Okay. So I'd rather put that $54,000 toward the other cuts we're talking about.
Well, I'm not going to rob the citizens. I'm not going to do that to them. We're not giving them a pay raise. We're going to, we're generating all these MSBU's that you guys are wanting, which I'm going to vote against. I'm just not going to go down that road. I'm not going to do that to our workers. I'm just not going to do it. If we were at the 10 mil cap and we didn't have anywhere else to find money, and we're not at the 10 mil cap. We're not, we're talking about a $500,000 increase. I looked at my tax bill. I know what my taxes look like, and it wasn't much change. And I have 3 or 4 different properties, and there was very little increase. I want to make sure the citizens understand there's more to that tax bill you get than just Wakulla County Commissioner. Ad valorem taxes. There's other parts to that tax bill. So understand that, and I'm not going. I'm just not. Y'all can do whatever you want. I'm not going to argue over that $54,000. I'm not going to come off the 8.75, and that's where I'm at. So I'll just leave it at that, and we'll go from there, I suppose. But I do not want to increase the insurance on these people. I've talked to too many of them that work for us. If they got 3-4 kids in the house and they take them to the doctor because they got runny noses, and every one of them have to pay an increase in the deductible, it's going to break them. I'm not going to do that to them.
Yeah, but the copay, that's the copay, not the deductible, and they probably shouldn't be taking them for runny nose. That's part of what you need.
Right. It's a matter of semantics, okay? You call it what you want, Miss Hart. The bottom line is you want to take it out of their hide and I don't, okay? I'm not going to take it out of their hide. That's my vote.
I want to keep employees from getting laid off is what I'm trying to do.
I'm not going to lay anybody off. We're not going to have to lay anybody off.
Well, I'm not sure the direction of the board. I know, I hear two of us who want to make bigger cuts.
Okay. Well,
and one who doesn't, and I don't know where the other two stand, so.
Well, I'm always willing to entertain more cuts. I think that we should be trying to build up the unallocated funds at the end of the year that we talked about. I think if we somehow, I'm going to stick with Commissioner Stewart at the 8 3/4 mills. If we can cut more money, that's money we could then put into the reserve and then have at the end of the year to go towards our overall reserve that the accountants recommended needs to be how much larger? 10 times larger? Needs to be $3 million. We have 300 or something. We have 600.
No, he didn't say the amount. Just we need to increase it. We should be putting more into our reserve equally.
And right now, what we're doing with our budget is if we're doing things the way that it looks like we're going to be doing things, there will not be money left over at the end of the year from our budget. We're getting everything down to where we've cut out any place where there might be $1 here, $2 there. We're like, let's cut that because we have to, keep lowering money. I mean, that's where we're at. Where I'm at.
Okay, so let's address, I guess, we've gone as far as the discussion as I think we can, and we have differing views here. We really need to come to an agreement on what the millage rate should be.
And again, I don't think I want to commend all of our constitutionals. Everyone's has been doing a hard job of cutting money. As we come before this budget one more time, I encourage you all to look one more time. I don't anticipate there being much coming back. But if y'all could look one more time and try and find anywhere else you might be able to cut that you didn't think about cutting. Things that don't seem like a lot of money, like for instance the $1,300 on the bottled water, one of which is right here. It's it's a little bit of money that helps us go towards these goals that we're trying to do. So just one more double check would be much appreciated.
So we should have some form of a motion where we want to go with this millage rate. I do want to ask one thing on Mary Dean. Do we know who received this document in our office today? Yes, but who received it? Who delivered it? Okay. That was the document that was supposed to be delivered when? Remember you said that it would take a week or so? Okay. And can I have someone on staff responsible to identify where that letter is and when it came in?
It probably came in at the front desk. It probably was received by Laura or someone else. She usually timestamps it. But if you don't find it in your inbox tomorrow morning, let us know and we'll track it down.
Well, I just want one person to be responsible for if it's not there.
I'll be responsible. Call me if it's not in your inbox.
Okay. So let's entertain a motion to set a millage rate. There's a script, but is this what we're going to move into? The board has to propose. We're going to go. The board. I think we need direction. As the board wants to keep the millage rate the way it is, or the board wants to change it to a lower millage rate. That's what we really have to discuss before we proceed with this script.
Well, I've stated that I'd like to see the millage rate at 8.75. which is 5.79 less percent than the 9.28 rollback rate.
Okay, Commissioner Stewart has expressed his views. Commissioner Roberts?
What would the millage rate be if we eliminated that money that the professional firefighter's salary that got moved to the MSBU, if we cut by that amount? Oh, I'm sorry.
We cut that out of the, below the rollback rate.
Okay, you're right. I don't know why I thought that was back in there. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Commissioner Green, before I speak, do you have any?
You were asking about the millage?
Millage rate, yes.
8.75.
Okay, so that's set there as script, but I think that this board had talked about making this a revenue neutral shift and not inclusive, not regardless of where the rollback rate was. We were talking, what was that number, Mr. Barden, 3.3, what amount of mills did that represent, that shift of money?
3789.
Right, 0.3789. And at least I expressed my desire to have at least that taken off of the 8.75.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I could, I think the board direction, you're right, it was, I think, unanimous and it was very clear. It started at the rollback rate and said, look, if we're going to move out as a first step the paid fire or career staff into the MSBU, we want to make sure, commensurate with that equivalent millage rate is immediately backed off of whatever the rollback rate is. The rollback rate being the millage rate that generates the same amount of tax dollars as you had this current fiscal year. We did that, and then we went a little bit further to get down to the 8.75.
Right, so the rollback rate was 9 point something mills.
9.2875.
Right. And so we ended up, but we did have a discussion when the millage rate was at 8.75 of backing out that additional 0.3 mills. And that was a discussion that actually took place by the board, even though it was at a workshop. That's my memory.
As I recall, they pulled it out of the rollback rate, so we could see what the rollback rate was, reducing that, not out of the 8.75 that we proposed. That's how I remember that conversation.
Well, I remember the conversation and the statement being made that that would be entertained by at least one commissioner, but not below 8.50. And so I think we were talking about the 8.75, but that's okay. I think we have a direction of the board to proceed with the tentative millage rate set at 8.75. So I'll begin the public hearing agenda script, this is the first of two required public hearings on the Wakulla County budget for fiscal year 2010-2011. If you wish to, we've already done the public input. The proposed aggregate millage rate is 8.75 mills, which is 5.79% less than the aggregate rollback rate millage rate of 9.2875 mills. County Administrator.
Okay, now I'll read the proposed millage rate into the public record. The proposed Board of County Commissioners of Wakulla County tentative countywide millage rate is 8.75 mills, which is 5.79% less than the countywide rollback millage rate of 9.2875 mills.
Thank you. We've already had the floor open and the public input and board discussion. The Florida statute requires the board to address the proposed millage rate before addressing each budget. The board must vote on the millage rate and the budget separately. Entertain a motion of the following motions. 1, approve the Board of County Commissioners fiscal year 2010-2011 2011 tentative countywide millage rate of 8.75 mils. We take that as a motion.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Stewart, second by Commissioner Brock. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. And passes 4-1. 2. Approve the Board of County Commissioners fiscal year 2010-2011 tentative countywide budget as presented by the Administrator on July 15th, 2010, and as amended through the agenda process today.
So moved.
I second, with the understanding that we're going to do those things that we talked about, including not passing on the insurance premium.
Well, I think that would be,
Right now, just to summarize, what this includes is what was covered in your agenda item, which is the fire MSBU, and it includes board direction to make those cuts that add up to $30,000. But you haven't given us the direction as to where you want to put it. Whether you want that to just further reduce the budget, or unless I'm mistaken, that was exempted from the motion at the time because we were going to have discussion. So we can do it either way you want. But on that point, we do need clarification, I believe.
I'm agreeable to those being directed to the health care costs, but it doesn't get you where you want to go. So I don't know where you're going to find the rest.
Okay, so is that motion in a second?
Yes, sir.
And,
In between now and the next meeting, I'll work with staff to try to find the balance of it, if that's okay with the board, and bring it back at that next public hearing. The balance of that $54,000.
so we have one more public hearing.
Yes, sir.
So,
I second that.
okay, so, call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Passes 4-1. We're now into the awards and presentation. There's an announcement of Volunteer Wakulla Make a Difference Day to be held on September 11th, 2010 at Hudson Park. Ms. Pam Mueller and Ramon Medina.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the commissioners for giving us this opportunity to speak here tonight. My name is Pam Mueller, and Ramon and I are representing Volunteer Wakulla today. Volunteer Wakulla has been serving Wakulla County since 2007. It is a volunteer center that helps partner volunteers with volunteer agencies.
We'll just pull it down to you.
Okay. Our purpose is to increase both the quantity and the quality of volunteerism in our county. Make a Difference Day, which started in 2008, has doubled each year in attendance. In 2008, we had 70 volunteers give a total of 210 hours with a value for their service of over $3,600. In 2009, we had 141 volunteers giving 423 hours of service for a value of over $7,500. We hope to increase this again this year. Through a grant from the Compassion Florida, Ramon Medina has been working for Volunteer Wakulla since June. Prior to the grant, Ramon has given generously of his time as a volunteer for Volunteer Wakulla. He and other staff of Volunteer Wakulla have been working tirelessly to make a Difference Day a big success this year. Ramon will tell you about their efforts.
Well, what Make a Difference Day has done in the past is pretty much given everyone the opportunity to kind of sample volunteering. It gives the people who normally don't volunteer a chance to come out and volunteer. It's only for one day, a couple hours. You come out, you see what volunteering is about. If it's something you like, you can get into it. If not, you tried it, and maybe next year you'll come again. And we'll be doing that this Saturday. And it's not really just for the people who haven't volunteered, haven't been volunteering. It's also for the people who also volunteer regularly gives them an opportunity, we suggest to volunteer someplace different. You know, it's only for a couple of hours that one day, and you can go someplace that you think you didn't want to go to, and then go find out that you like it, and then, you know, you'll volunteer there. So what Make a Difference Day is pretty much about is trying to get the whole county to come out and sample volunteering. And every time we've done it, we wound up with more and more volunteers. Hopefully we'll wind up with more this year. And after it's all said and done for the day, 12:30 we'll be having entertainment, prizes, food, and just having a good time at the park. But we suggest that would like and then inviting everyone to come out to Hudson Park at 7:30, sign up. You could give us a call at 745-0060 and register ahead of time, but you can always just show up at the park. If you're not sure what you're doing that day, you can't plan it, come out to the park, 7:30, sign up. We usually do this in April, but this year we're doing it in the fall along with the Sheriff's Department for their celebration of 9/11. So that's just something to think about that day, about the day of giving. So we're just inviting everyone to come out, do something, and just make a difference.
Could you give the number one more time if people want to register in advance?
That's 745-0060.
No, 0600.
0060.
I've left some of these flyers out at the front, and I'll pass this around to you. And we have 12 or 13 venues this year, and you can come and sign up and get sent to one of the venues. I know the library is one, the community center I think is going to be one, so it's going to be a day to just volunteer wherever you need to volunteer. So make sure to come out at 7:30 and register. Definitely show up at the Sheriff's Department at 8:30 to commemorate 9/11, and then after your volunteerism, just come back and have a great lunch. Thank you very much for giving us this time, and we hope to see as many of you on Saturday as we can possibly see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed to the...
We have one more announcement
Oh, I'm sorry.
on the revised agenda.
Oh, I didn't get that agenda. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm coming to you this evening as the president of the Wakulla Coalition for Youth, and wanted to publicly thank you for your support of our coalition, which is made up of partners in a very all-encompassing effort to try and make the lives of our young people in the county better and help them make good decisions. We have currently an opportunity in our county. The Wakulla County Health Department has posted on its website at wakullahealth.com a very important survey. It takes only a few minutes to fill out, but as many residents as we can get to give us their feedback on the needs in our community for our kids in the areas of substance use, in the areas of mental health, in the areas of services that we would like to see and that we are currently wanting to improve in our county. We need that survey to be completed by as many residents as we can get to complete it. It is very, very important, and will most likely result in our opportunities in the future of increasing services for our young people in the county. So on behalf of the coalition, I want to thank you for your continued support. We're working very hard to get the word out about this survey because it is very, very meaningful. The survey is available at wakullahealth.com. It is also available at our libraries. It is an electronic survey. I tried to print copies very much today and bring for you, but it's a JavaScript document, and the way it's set up, they very much want to collect it electronically, where it's tracking the percentage of completions, and it's just extremely important for our county that as many people fill out that survey on behalf of our kids as we can get to do so.
Can you explain a little bit what the survey concerns itself with?
The survey asks if you're a provider of services, if you're a leader in the community, or if you're a partner in trying to obtain services, or a person in need of services. And it asks questions along the lines of what kind of services you would like to see in our county. How are they currently available to you? What percentage of your budget is available for these services? Are your budget abilities adequate for the services that we need in the county for our kids? And if you're a person, a consumer, a customer of services, what could be better? What services would you like to see? The information obtained from this survey will be tabulated by members of the Florida State University Psychological School of Psychology. And that formula and those data will then be available for us to use in requesting grant funds and requesting going forward how to improve our services for our young people in the county.
Thank you.
Please try to do the survey in the next 3 days.
We're going to enter the portion of the meeting, citizens to be heard, which occurs between 6:30 and 7 p.m. Please try to limit your comments to 3 minutes. Thank you. Mr. Charles Hickman.
Charles Hickman. I live at 528 Hickorywood Drive. And at the last special BoCC September 2nd meeting, Commissioner Stewart, you asked, how did we get to this point of controversy? Commissioner Stewart, you then answered your own question. It seems a number of citizens compiled and presented each commissioner with a book summarizing allegations and controversies raised over the last several months. Mr. Stewart, you called them lies, mistruths, and you threw it away. If that's the case, Mr. Stewart, you are saying the county records are wrong. Commissioner, this is a prime example of not listening to the people and shows disrespect for those who have researched the records to try and make you listen. This is what has brought the county to turmoil. I admit that it took my wife and me some time listening to presentations, each showing extensive research, before we started to substantiate the facts ourselves. It wasn't until Mr. Penry started vehemently denying these allegations that we felt that there must be some truth in what was being presented. It's said that the person who denies the loudest has the most to hide. Commissioners, your administration watched these presentations without the slightest response. You completely ignored the citizens. These records can easily be looked up. They can be requested by any citizen. Citizens don't have to take someone else's word for it. You can care enough to look it up for yourself. Mr. Stewart, except for Dr. Kessler, you and the fellow commissioners insulted every citizen present with your motion to adjourn the meeting and acceptance by you, Brock, Arts, and Green denied citizens of Wakulla County the right to be heard. No doubt some citizens would have commented favorably on our administrator. All citizens had the right to speak. The only bright spot in the meeting was Commissioner Kessler's attempt to mitigate the situation by moving to use an impartial citizen panel to review the book and other inputs the board has received over the last several months and return with suggestions that would improve the administrative process. Once again, Mr. Penry arrogantly objected to anyone questioning his authority. This board's approach to Kessler's motion was that it was inciting a lynching and rejected the motion with little discussion. Failure of the Commission to act on Kessler's motion will result in the county continuing its methods of operation and will lead us to the same improprieties and turmoil we have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Larry Roberts.
Larry Roberts from Sop Choppy, and I too, being denied the opportunity to speak at last special meeting, would like to say what I would have said then. Last week's Wakulla News heading was County Loses Weatherization Program. Dr. Kessler brought up that probability several months ago, May, I think. Last week at the special meeting was held to discuss other questionable management practices demonstrated by our county manager. These practices were brought to your attention several months ago also. These facts were ignored at that time and continue to be ignored today, at least until item number 21 on tonight's agenda, which apparently simply attacks the messenger. During the special meeting in months before, several serious allegations about our county administrator were raised. I believe that ample facts were revealed, coupled with the mismanagement of the weatherization program, to warrant termination of our administrator. If a serious review of that information does not give you cause, I believe it does, then consider the insubordination and insult to every citizen of this county demonstrated by Mr. Pingrew's statement to the Tallahassee Democrat that and I quote, I never thought the inmates were going to take over the asylum. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Renee Calhoun.
My name is Renee Calhoun. I live at 211 Bettywood Circle. Commissioners, I'm concerned about what's going on in the housing department continually. As you can see from this series of emails to Eddie Franklin from Pafford Construction, a timeline starts on April 27th and ends May 27th. The May 7th email states that the contractor has completed the homes and, quote, still does not have a contract for that one. And he was wondering if he could add the extras he'd been doing if there was room. It's not working. Which one? Start with the first one. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, this is the first email. These are the invoices that he was giving to Eddie Franklin. This is the May 17th email from Jerry. May 7th email, it states that he needs to get the contract signed if he can filter all the extras from the, quote, other jobs or the Keith job, since he had not signed a contract yet. On May 13th email from Jerry Ness to Eddie Franklin is asking why he's telling Mike he can do 20 homes per month when it's not in the realm of possibility unless he uses him exclusively. On May 12th, the contractor is still asking for the contract. On May 17th, he's still asking. On May 26th, the email... Oh, I'm behind? Okay, sorry. There it is. He asks, in the May 26th email, he's still asking for a contract and that the work had been done weeks earlier, and goes on even further. He's concerned he has 10 grand into this job, no way to get paid, and the SHIP program owes him a little under $100,000. According to these emails, no contract was signed before May 26th. Here is the contract. As you can see, the contract is dated April 15th. I've also uncovered other evidence and turned it over to authorities on this issue. Commissioners, you have a duty and a power to investigate any and all allegations that are brought to you. The Florida Statute 125, under powers and duties, it states, you have the power and duty to make investigations of county affairs, inquire into accounts, records, and transactions of any county department, officer, and for these purposes require reports from any county officer or employee and the production of official records. Under the County Charter 2.7, under powers, the power says, The Board of County Commissioners shall have all legislative authority, jurisdiction, and powers which are now and which hereafter may be granted to it by the Constitution, laws of the state of Florida, and this charter. It's time for you to do some investigation, Commissioners. There's only one reason that contracts are being not signed, and that's for people not doing their jobs. It's time for you guys to do yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. W.D. Lansford.
Thank you, Commissioners. W.D. Lansford from Panacea. A year and a half ago, I sat up here, or stood up here rather, and presented some findings of what was happening down at the Rock Landing dock about the stormwater. Well, Commissioner Stewart, you said at the time that there was a difference in engineering opinion, and that was the reason that we had a problem there. Well, as you know, the covered ditch consists of two sections. One of them is now, as of June, transmitting stormwater, and the other one is not. Whether it's blocked, whether it's failed, or whether it's collapsed, we don't know. But when I was down there and took photographs during a rainstorm in June of this year, there was probably between 20 and 30 gallons per minute of stormwater emitting from the north side, and about less than 1 gallon a minute emitting from the south side. Still think it's a difference in engineering opinion? Now I've got something else to talk about too. Since I've got a little bit of time left, let's talk about this budget a minute. I'm a taxpayer in the county, and my taxes have gone up. The MSBU has gone up. There has been an additional fee added of $112 a household. There have been all kinds of things that have been going on, and yet you sit up there, Mr. Stewart, and say that you're not going to spread this into the county employees by increasing their copay or discharging anyone or something like that. But you don't hesitate to put it on my back and everybody else's back in the citizens of Wakulla County. Why in the world can't Commissioner Brock, Commissioner Stewart, Commissioner Green, and Commissioner Arts sit down and take the hard, cold facts and start making this budget balanced like it should be? We've got almost $7 million increase from last year to this year. And since Mr. Pingree has taken office, the budget was $38 million. It has gone up to $55 million. How much longer can we afford this? Come on, folks, get real. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Victor Lambert.
Thank you, Commissioners. I attended the special meeting last Thursday, and I didn't intend to speak. I didn't intend to speak for or against the administrator, but I certainly expected to hear what was discussed, and obviously I wasted my time. You voted 4-1 to have a meeting. 4 of your commissioners voted for it, and yet when the people came, you did not allow anyone to speak. Democracy is messy, very messy. We have arguments. It's not the most efficient form of government. A dictatorship would be a lot more efficient. We get to decisions quicker than a dictatorship, but you may not like them. Winston Churchill said something to the effect, democracy is a terrible system, but it's better than all other systems that we have. And I think you certainly did it. But I'd like to quote from Davis Lawrence, who was formerly the publisher of Miami Herald. He made this statement to the graduates of FSU in 2006. Quote, "And don't let anyone shut you up. Democracy needs you to speak up. The greatest menace to freedom, just as Louis Brandeis told us many years ago, is an ignorant people. A very great American of my growing up years was known as Mr. Conservative. In the darkest days following Pearl Harbor, Senator Robert Taft, son of a president, reminded the American, too many people desire to suppress criticism because they think it will give some comfort to the enemy. If that comfort makes the enemy feel better for a few moments, they are welcome to it, because the maintenance of the right of criticism will do the country, maintain it a great deal more good than it will do the enemy." End of quote. I'm ashamed of you, Commissioner Brock, and the Commissioner Stewart, and Commissioner Green, and Commissioner Horwitz, for not letting people say, let them waste their time. These people, some people took off from work. You're all getting paid, but they wasn't getting paid. But you let them come here to waste their time.
Thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute recess. Okay, we'll resume. We're now continuing the meeting, and we are at the portion of the meeting dealing with the consent agenda. We have items 9, 11, 12, 13, and 23 pulled. Are there any additional items? Hearing none, accept the motion to approve the consent agenda barring those numbers.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Brock. Second by Commissioner Green. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. Commissioner Arts, item number 9.
Thank you. This item is put forward by Public Works, requesting board approval to award a bid for fuel for county vehicles and equipment to the low bidder. And first, I wanted to thank you, Cleve, because I think you've saved us the money here from what we're currently paying for diesel and gas. The low bidder here is substantially lower, and so I think that's good news, and I appreciate you doing that. And I am going to be making a motion to approve awarding this bid. But before I do that, I remember a long time ago when I met with Mr. Edelman in your office. He talked to me about how ESG actually produces biodiesel for other clients. That you all have that capability. And also, so I would like to encourage you to explore that, especially this is a 3-year contract, but if there's an opportunity for us to begin fueling vehicles with biodiesel rather than petroleum-based diesel, I think that would be wonderful. And then other people have heard me encourage us to look at other ways to reduce fuel. I've certainly been an advocate for hybrid and electric vehicles. There are some that run on natural gas and so forth, and I think we need to continue to look for those. UPS, I guess in their analysis, decided that making right turns only was saved them money and time and fuel and whatever. I think this board passed a no idling policy. Did we not do that? Yes. So I'm encouraging employees to be creative in trying to find ways to reduce their fuel use. And I know I had a meeting at the Wakulla County Sheriff's Office recently. I know that I had heard in Leon County they had eliminated the shift change reporting at a central location so that officers didn't have to go to a central location and back to wherever it was they were supposed to be covering as their territory. And I think Wakulla Sheriff's Office is going to look into that. And I even told them we should have officers on motorcycles or horses or bicycles or whatever when possible. So I really would like to see our county move forward with some alternative fuels and reduction on fuel use. So I'm taking advantage of this item to, I move to approve, to award the bid to Mansfield Oil Company and authorize the chairman to execute the contract. But I also encourage ESG to explore the possibility of biodiesel and for all of our county departments maybe working together with ESG to try and find ways to reduce their use of fuel. And lastly, for ESG to report back to the board annually on an analysis of fuel usage and who is reducing and so forth. I know Nanette keeps those records.
We keep them. In fact, we had some personnel issues today related to the fact that we watch the fuel, and most of your department heads they're watching the fuel. If somebody's fuel usage is out of line, we report it, and your department heads deal with it. So we do watch that very closely.
Well, I want to know who's really having success in reducing it, and share some ideas, and people talk about what they're doing to accomplish that too. Okay.
Second.
There's a motion and a second, but the motion is not just to approve the low bid, or is it?
The motion is to approve the low bid, and then I also added 3 additional requests. Do you want me to separate them?
I think that might come in another area other than the consent agenda, and I think it might, those are, your suggestions are good and may be well to bring back as agenda items so that people have a chance to speak to them, the board has a chance to study them.
If you want to have a study, then we can do that. I don't, if we put it on the consent agenda to talk about it, I felt like we could make, I don't think
that's my feeling. It's like if citizens had a reason to be here to discuss that, passing something that wasn't on our agenda, and we're putting it on the agenda as if we're voting on it. So that's what we're being asked to do, and I don't think that's a good precedent.
Okay, well, I'll change the motion then to just approving the award to Mansfield Oil Company and authorizing the chairman to execute the contract. I'll continue to work on the other things in other ways.
Thank you. Good ideas, Len.
There are good ideas, and but
thank you.
Cleve, did you have something to add? I'm here for the next item also.
I think we need to vote though.
Yeah. Okay, so all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, so it passes unanimously, 5-0. Which item are you here for? The scrap and scop program got pulled off the consent agenda, I think, which is next in line.
No, those are 23 and 24.
Yeah, 11 and 12 first.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay,
well, let's do 23 and 24. Okay, 23 and 24 deal with accepting the low bids on the improvements at Shell Point Road, and also 24 to improvements of Live Oak Island Road. And the reason I pulled them off was, just so that the public knows, that there is about 11% between that low bidder and the next bidder, and that in savings to the county, on item 23, we saved $75,427, and on item 24, we saved $66,000. So this is a significant savings due to the bidding process, and I just wanted to point that out. And I'd appreciate a motion. Did you have?
Well, I just want to also point out the fact that we're still leaving that money on the table. The county, and what we're asked to do is to allow us to negotiate some additional work we can do on those roads, and so the savings. I mean, it's a grant, and we'll utilize every penny of the grant.
Okay. Thank you.
Move to approve to accept and award low bid to CW Roberts Contracting Inc. Authorize the chairman to execute the contract and authorize Trouble Rich to negotiate additional repairs and replacement.
Second. Okay, motion by Commissioner Brock, second by Commissioner Stewart.
Do you want to point out that both of these roads that we're doing were off a list chosen by the state, not by us?
Right, we submitted suggestions, and they picked it. Yeah. So the motion was for both of those items, and
for item 23.
23. Okay, for item 23, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
So it passes unanimously.
Move to approve to accept and award low bid to CW Roberts Contract Inc. Authorize the chairman to execute the contract and authorize Forward to negotiate additional chairs, repairs, and replacements for item 24.
Okay, motion and a second to approve item 24 on the agenda. Any further board discussion? Hearing none, call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously. Number 11. Actually, I pulled this because I thought Mr. Mansfield would have been here, and no, he's not.
I thought he was going to be here too. I regret that he's not.
Yeah, so I'll just express my questions maybe to staff, and then if we pass it on to him. And so we had discussed earlier about where are we with this process, and what's the anticipated cost, and what is our time schedule. Okay. So with that, I don't have any questions, Mr. Nothing to be further.
What I'll do, Mr. Chairman, if it's agreeable to the board, obviously this is something per the loan that needs to be done to get the loan. But what I'll do is I'll ask Mr. Dransfield to craft a memorandum to the board that goes over all that.
Perfect.
Move to adopt the resolution and approve the declaration of official intent.
Motion to approve item 11, and second by Commissioner Brock, second by Commissioner Stewart. Any further board discussion? Hearing none, call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Next item is item 12. And my concern pulling this item, and actually in pulling the next item as well, is I'm concerned on how we are as far as managing our grants and how many grants we have open, being applied for open. Last time I asked, I think it was about 70. And so my concern is, just an expression to staff, is that to make sure that the grants that are in process continue to get the attention they need. That was the reason for pulling it first.
I also wanted to pull 12.
Okay.
So I'm not sure which one you're
So let's take care of, let's
13.
Let's take care of 13, and then I'll leave you with 12. So, the motion to approve 13.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Stewart, second by Commissioner Brock, which was item 13 on the USD 100-free grant. Further board discussion?
I just want to thank Eva for identifying this grant, and I want to thank our extension folks, Shelley Swenson, Ken Gamble, and Scott Jackson for being willing to run with this. We have, this is a terrible time. We have people who are hungry, and this will provide money to help address some of those needs. So thank you for being willing to run with this.
Okay. Thank you. Any
those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, it passes unanimously.
Did we have a motion on it?
Yep, I'm sorry. Did we?
I thought you made the motion.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Is that 13? Okay, good. I thought we done 13 moved on as well, but I
Okay, I think it's time for another coach. Item 12, Commissioner Watts.
Item 12 has is proposing 2 grant applications, and I apologize that I didn't get to talk to Eva about these. I just got the item this morning. And one of them is to apply to a FERDAP grant, which is apparently not even being funded by FERDAP, but DEP is going to seek legislative funding. And the proposal is for the Big Bend Maritime Museum, and I think that's a pressing issue, so I think that is a reasonable selection. But one of the things I wanted to comment on about the FERDAP application is some time ago I asked for the formation of a park board, and one of the reasons I wanted a park board is so that this board can identify and prioritize park projects, identify preferred and alternative funding sources for these various park projects, and I'd really like to see a 10-year plan for park-related grants, so that, we know where we're applying for which projects, and I thought the park board was going to be able to help us move forward in developing that kind of a plan. So I don't have any problem with this particular proposal, but I still would like us to see the park board. I do have concerns about the second proposal. And again, I didn't have much time to research it, but this is a proposal, this is community development block grant funding to pay for water and sewer for Unit 5 of Wakulla Gardens. And I don't know whether, I didn't have time to research whether Unit 5 is one of the more built out or less built out ones, and I think that information is needed. But I also thought we were moving toward a little bit more of a holistic approach. I know Mike has been an advocate for stormwater, and if you talk to the residents, they want paved roads. I would like to see less dense residential development with more land for passive recreation and green space to make it a more livable community. So my own feeling is that by putting in sewer and water, we're actually encouraging future blight, by forcing it to build out into a really high density by ignoring some of the stormwater data we've gotten. So if there's a way that we could, I know the details of the proposal aren't fleshed out, but rather than making this just for sewer and water, if we could, whichever unit we use, if Unit 5 makes the most sense, to look at trying to address stormwater, maybe some road paving, either through stormwater. There are 3 stormwater basins in Unit 5, and if we can purchase land through this funds to address stormwater and passive recreation areas, then let's do that as part of the proposal, and then we can even run maybe less water and sewer lines and pave fewer roads as we move forward. So I don't know where to go with this one. I don't want to approve it the way it is. Do you have a suggestion?
Mr. Perry, would staff have any suggestions or guidance on this?
Need to look at a new microphone system. I think the comments are well made and well received. We acknowledge that this is an initial fleshing out of a concept. I think if it's the board's direction that we validate that that unit is the one that already has the highest need because it's the most built out, and then two, if we incorporate the stormwater planning and construction into not just sewering and watering, but also the stormwater, and then three, also look at road paving, because clearly this is the unit that needs it because there's more homes, and see how we can tie that into a grant application. Is that what I'm hearing? If it is, I think it's well made, and we'll continue in that manner.
Yes, I think if there are other, or maybe to consider other units.
Yeah, whichever the most unit in need is, right? That's the, yeah.
A motion to approve?
Okay, I move then to approve, let me find my, sorry, I don't know how that was worded. Okay, I move to approve pursuing the grant applications to FERDAP for the Big Bend Maritime Center, and to develop as along the lines of this discussion and application for Wakulla Gardens for the CDBG grant.
It's a motion by Commissioner Roth, second by Commissioner Flock. Ms. Pam Portwood. Okay. Sure, thank you.
I want to make a couple comments. It's my understanding, well, two things. One, in this year's federal budget, which is yet to be approved, Congressman Alan Boyd, who sits on the Appropriations Committee, has put aside $1 million, which again hasn't been approved, for stormwater and Wakulla Gardens. So hopefully that'll come through. That'll help alleviate a lot of the problems there. And it's also my understanding this helps reduce the cost for the sewering of Wakulla Gardens. We all agree we need to fix the stormwater there, but before we can pave the roads there, we also have to put the sewer in. So anything that can help make that a less burden on those people seems like a good idea. Because then even if you have, this means you don't have to build out as much. Because you only have to build out as much, we have to charge every unit the cost of building the sewer. There's something else, someone else pays for it, we don't have to build out as much. Just something to think about.
Thank you. Call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So it passes unanimously. We're on to general business.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. First item under general business, item number 17. I'm going to ask Mr. Jones Director Jones to come up. This is requesting board direction for the purchase of land, potential purchase of land for property owned by the Crawfordville Women's Club, comprising the south end of Hudson Park. Doug and Ray and others have worked this issue, and I know that there's a range in the appraisals that were performed. So why don't you walk us through where we are today, Doug, and what the options for the board are?
These are on the 4 lots that comprise the south end of the park, and if you were looking at the park, the area that is largely clear on the south end is 4 lots that are owned by the Crawfordville Women's Club that were donated to them back in the early 50s by Jewel Hudson. The county has leased those 4 lots to make one contiguous park, which we call Hudson Park, since 1985. And December of last year, the Women's Club approached us to exercise an option in the lease to terminate the lease. And by so doing, if we don't do anything today, the lease will expire in the year 2020. Now, the Women's Club was driven to this offer because they're in need to raise some funds. And I know there's some representatives of the Women's Club here that might be able to further explain some of their desires, but they need to make repairs to their clubhouse, the Crawfordville Women's Club, that needs a new roof, among other things. And this was seen by them as a way to raise the funds necessary. So that's why they terminated the lease. And we've gotten 2 appraisals. One appraisal appraised the 4 lots at $10,000. The other appraisal appraised the lots at $169,000. There are deed restrictions on the lots, which I think are reflected in the lower of those two values, that the land can only be used as a park or playground, and no building shall ever be constructed on them. It also can only be transferred to a civic or public organization similar in nature to the grantee. The Women's Club has expressed an interest to me outside of their official meeting. I've heard from members that they would like to terminate our lease before 2020 so that they can use the south end of the park to raise money for their organization by having things like farmers markets and other things. The county has maintained the south end of the park. We have a sprinkler system installed in the south end of the park, which is fed by a well over in Azalea Park. There's also water spigots that are part of the Sopchoppy water system that we pay for in the south end of the park. There's also electrical. There's a gate adjacent to Wakulla Bank. That's the primary entrance for people who use the park. So we have, I would like to not see the park broken up into two pieces, but by the same token, I think that before the meeting tonight, I've discussed this with members of the Women's Club who are open to the idea that I and Ray Gray meet with them, an official subcommittee of their group, and try to come up with a way that we can both move forward with this. So I'm seeking your direction tonight, and if there's anyone from the Women's Club that...
Move to direct staff to pursue funding options and bring back a proposal to the board for consideration.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Brock, second by Commissioner Arts. That would incorporate and give you what you need to move forward?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Heather Robinson? Okay.
I do have a question.
Yes.
For a representative from the Women's Club.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Thank you for being here, and I know your roof has needed repair, replacement for a long time. What are your current estimates for how much that will cost?
Let me defer that to Miss Nita.
Okay.
So for the record, there's no estimate that we have at the present time regarding the roof repair.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, although I would say some years ago, maybe around 2004, 2005, when I was a member of the Women's Club, I think that the then president had gotten an estimate, and I'm guessing, it may be somewhere around, it was somewhere between 10 and 15,000, I think. I'm sorry. But that's just my memory. I don't know for certain.
Right.
And you don't have a more recent estimate?
No,
Okay.
no, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Just as an expression of my feelings, I appreciate the Women's Club coming to us so far in advance of when the lease will end, because I really hope that we can find maybe grant funding or something to be able to purchase this land. I'm a little concerned about if the appraisal of $10,000 is realistic, if that's going to even help you all with your roof. So one of the things I would want staff to explore, if this is a possibility, is if we can do some kind of a barter or trade. I know I was talking with people at the Wakulla Sheriff's Office, and sometimes they have roofers who come through the jail, and they sometimes will employ them on projects. So if there's a way that the county, the sheriff's office, other people working together can get your roof fixed, that maybe we could, that could be exchanged for maybe a longer term lease or something. I'm just asking people to be creative.
Doug, will you consider that option?
Absolutely. In fact, I spoke with Ray Gray before we got here tonight, and he suggested that he might be able to get specific inmate labor, roofers, electricians, plumbers, whatever's needed, and prioritize that. So if we can help in that way, we certainly will, and we plan to explore that option.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So there's a motion on the floor, and any further board discussion?
Is that just one of the options being discussed by staff? Then was it?
I think we've given an open door to staff to consider all and every option that pops up out there. So if you have other ideas that you would like to have your input, then please feel free to contact Doug or Ray, who will be working with the Women's Club's representatives. Okay, call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
So it passes unanimously.
Next item is item number 18, Commissioners. This is a request for board approval to adopt a resolution relating to the establishment of an application fee for wetland or other surface waters preliminary letter.
Thank you.
Probably may end up turning this over to Lindsay to make sure I'm not getting this wrong, but basically what this boils down to is trying to have a revenue source to offset equivalently the impacts for this additional service, whether that be staff-derived or whether that be contracted out. And certainly we're here to answer any questions you may have, but that's the development behind this resolution and the fee schedule.
I move to adopt the resolution establishing a fee for the preliminary wetlands and other surface waters determination letter.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ott, second by Commissioner Brock, to adopt a resolution establishing a fee for preliminary wetlands and other surface water determination letter. We have one citizen to speak, Mr. Bob Danzy.
Hi, my name's Bob Danzy. I live here in Crawfordville, and I sit and I watch y'all, and y'all just do y'all's best. Save money, save money, save money. But when it comes to a guy that owns some land, well, the heck with him. Charge a little money. Charge him something. And I looked in that thing, I looked at the procedure. A guy's got 100 acres, he could be into several $1,000s, especially as an outside consultant, and you leave it all up in the air, how much it's going to cost. You get us with garbage, you get us every way we look. And then you want to come across as a commission that's trying to cut our budget. You may be trying to cut your budget, but you're killing us as the people and the taxpayers. And every time we want to do something with our land, there's a little bit more tax, a little bit more tax. Every time. In my opinion, you're coming pretty close to taking it. And I guess once this is all adopted, we'll find out somewhere in court if this is a taking. As far as the thing as a whole, yeah, they're going to have to defend it, Ms. Arts. I see you look over. And now, you come up with some money at the end. After everything's passed, everything's done, everything's said, you slip this money thing in the end. And you should be ashamed of yourself. That's all I can say. So, you just have to say no to this. For the people of the county that you're responsible to. You can't do this to us. You have to stop at some point. Every time, it's more and more and more and more. Thank you.
Discussion?
In this case, when people want to come here and and build to create jobs. I mean, I think I was the only one that voted against the ordinance to start with. Now it's starting to cost us money. And every time people want to come here and build, this is just another cost to them. And it just keeps piling on. It's thousands of dollars now to build a small business right up the road here. Tens of thousands of dollars before they ever lay a brick. And so I'm going to vote against it for many of the reasons Mr. Danzig studied there.
One of my biggest concerns with the wetlands ordinance all along has been the cost that we knew was going to be associated with it. That's the issue I raised over and over again, is how much it's going to cost us, what the cost going to be. I want to say that I appreciate the fact that, in my opinion, the costs are kept pretty low in the proposed fees we're charging. I find it hard to believe that any of this would cost a person with 100 acres over $100 to have their property looked at. And that's for subdividing and building and things. So $100 will easily be absorbed in a multi-million-dollar project.
Can I interrupt for a second and have some input from staff? Lindsay, could you flesh this out a little first? Just on the statement of thousands of dollars that was brought up by the citizen, could you just speak to that?
Well, if you're talking about an extremely large tract of land, I suppose you could come up with a scenario where it would cost, $1,000 or more. The proposed fee this evening, it would be for an inspection. You're looking at 1 to 5 acres would be a fee of $18, and then it's $9 for each additional, essentially 5 acres. So if you have a piece of property that is 6 acres, then you would be looking at $18 plus $9, so $27 fee. And the purpose or the reasoning behind that is that if you have larger tracts of land, it's going to take more time to go out and actually do that inspection. So it was trying to gauge how much staff time would be spent out there in the field.
So just on the inspection of real property, 1 to 5 acres is $18. If you had 10 acres, it would still be $27. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then once the delineation is done, or whatever, once this is done, like if a person builds a subdivision and they have this done for all their lots, each property owner doesn't have to come back and do it again when they buy their house to build a house, correct?
If the delineation is done as part of the subdivision approval and they've received their permitting as part of that overall approval, and they've gone on a lot-by-lot basis and done the delineation, then that would be correct.
Commissioner Watson?
I thought these fees were pretty reasonable, actually, and one of the things that this board had discussed was on a large parcel, if someone's only going to use a portion of it, that they don't need to do the delineation on the whole thing, they just need to do in the area where they're actually going to do construction. So for somebody who owns 100 acres but is only going to be affecting a small part of it, they don't have to pay for the whole 100 acres. And I think in listening to this board discuss how to set this up, this preliminary determination is also supposed to help inform people, even maybe whether they choose to purchase some land or not, and to keep them from getting code violations that could lead to fines and other problems down the road because they didn't know they had wetlands that they had been damaged or whatever. So it's a little bit of money up front, so you have full information on your property, and then you can move forward in accordance with the laws. And also, the taking issue, we had had a workshop where that I thought was very explained in great detail by our county attorney, who I thought put to rest the takings issue, so I hate to hear that still coming up. But anyway.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, one more comment.
Yes.
My point is that this is just one more fee. That's their attitude. You don't just go over and get this one permit. You got to get a wheelbarrow load of permits to go put a shovel in the ground. This is just one more level of government to the folks who are trying to come here and build. And that's what we're causing to them. And I'm against that.
Commissioner Watts?
Yeah, I thought this was in the ordinance, actually, that it would be a fee set by the board. So when we passed the ordinance 5A, we agreed that we would set these fees.
It was a 4-1.
It was 5A. It was 5A.
In the end part.
You're right.
It was 5A, and so this isn't a surprise. I'm sorry, I mean, it was in the ordinance that we were going to do this. I was waiting to see how high it was, and I was actually kind of relieved it was as low as it is, so.
Okay, so this was a fee schedule, not the exact numbers, but knowing that we had to have some fees, because someone has to pay for the work that's being done. These are the fees: the inspection of real property, 1 to 5 acres, $18, and for each up to 5 acres thereafter, $9. And so, with that, if there's no further board discussion, we'll call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Aye. It passes 4-1. We are now on the commissioner items. Number 19 on your agenda, letter A. I've spoken with the county attorney a couple of times, at least on this issue, and the latest being today. And although I have here really speaking to review of contracts, really what I think is the best thing for this board to consider, and if you want, we could bring it back as a more fleshed out agenda item. But I would like someone to make a motion that we have staff set up a system by which our contracts can be like a tickler system, where the contracts can be looked at in advance of their expiration, or when they get to some date where we can't do anything but respond in a hasty manner. So that's what I'm looking for, some kind of motion that would set that kind of review or system in place.
I move to direct staff to set up a tracking system, so we'll have adequate notice of when contracts are about to expire.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Watts and second by Commissioner Brock. There is one citizen to be heard. Who passes, and for discussion.
I think this is great, and I appreciate you bringing this forward. Do you not still also want some dates in the contract, or that's not?
I think that my discussions, I'm sorry for interrupting, my discussions with the county attorney, that is best handled on a contract by contract basis, and that's what led me to that change of attitude. Okay, we'll call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. My second item asks for and deals with proposed budget cuts. I brought forward to the board, actually on this agenda item is 4 different scenarios, but really, and I don't think I'll make it in the form of a motion. What I'd like the board to consider is that really trying to address recurring costs, and if you don't like 10% and you like 7.5%, but let's try to do something real in in reducing the budget. So that's what I'm suggesting. Yes.
I mean, a lot of work went into this. I found it very helpful. I spent a lot of time looking at it. I need a little more information about the last two columns. Could you explain those?
I put that sheet in another section. This one's here. This was looking of what it would do to backing out that MSBU amount for the fire and bringing it down to 8.3711 mils. Those are the suggested scenario. All of these are scenarios to reduce the. One of the things that's interesting in looking over the numbers, when I looked over the cuts that have been made in the tentative budget, the thing that was interesting is a lot of them were really not on recurring costs or reducing fuel consumption or utility consumption. Unless we have a track record that shows that we really can do this, to budget that in, we just can't stop driving our trucks after a certain point because we've run out of our fuel allowance. So I think that it's important to have a budget come forward that's realistic at the same time that it makes cuts. And the only way I can get there is with recurring cuts. But I have not gone through and done a line item analysis because I felt that it was best left for the heads of those two to do that.
Well, when I looked at the first column of the across the board 10% cut, it was actually interesting that that in a number of cases what's in the tentative budget is already lower than that, and if you just held everybody to 10%, some people would be bumped up. So,
can I interrupt for a second?
Sure, go ahead.
What I was proposing is 10% off this tentative budget. Okay, and I know there's two things there. And my first one is if what I'm proposing and what I brought forward to the board is I'm looking at 10, because the cuts that I see in the tentative budget really didn't hit our recurring costs, and that's what I think we need to do.
Okay, but what's in this column, though, the 10% cut was based on previous budget, correct? That's what it...
Well, yeah, it's easy to get confused with all those numbers, and that's why I ended up just, when I made my statement during the budget discussion, and I should have clarified, the 10% that I'm looking for is off of the present.
The tentative budget,
yes.
Okay, because that's not what that
proposing.
Column shows then, okay.
And that
So,
might be
based on that, I was leaning more toward your selective cuts, although maybe more of 5%. But and then I had some interest in the last two columns when I was sort of misguided about the fire.
And I have an interest in all of them, but here's the problem.
What you're talking about, I'm just confused by your chart. I thought I was under the same impression that Commissioner Arts had with it.
Right, and I'm sorry for that. But yeah, and so what I'm not looking for. I mean, if anyone wants to make a motion, that's fine. But really, we have one more budget hearing, and if you could look at the numbers, and there's no way for us to totally know where things should be cut from. That's the thing that goes on. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Good job.
Okay, but we can. And the only way to really get a handle on our budget, I feel, is through doing recurring cost reductions.
And I agree. I do think as you cut costs, it's better to cut recurring costs than it is to cut non-recurring costs that just are, but I will say this, and I know all of you have already done this, I'm just going to encourage you in case we haven't, because we don't talk when we're not here. Every item that I've cut, like when I cut tonight, was I sat down with staff, and usually 3 or 4 staff were saying, if I cut this, what happens? Is there something else that you think we can cut? What does this, because there's things that I thought we could cut that I have not cut because someone said, no, I think this is why we need that. So, I mean, if you haven't, I encourage you, and I assume you already have, to meet with staff and go over the budget and say, well, what is this? Can we cut this? What happens if we cut that? And then I think they're looking for that kind of direction at this point, because staff feels, in the conversations I've had with them, they've cut to the level that they can cut without further board direction. And those are the conversations I've had with them.
That's where they get the big bucks. Okay, so we'll move on. Commissioner Brock, is it your item next?
Yeah, I'd like to have a workshop. I'd like to have the workshop to talk about roads. Initially, I want to try and have the whole workshop within 1 hour and have 2 subjects discussed. But I'm concerned that oftentimes when we have workshops, you can't guess how quickly time will go. The first item on here could easily be a 15-20 minute conversation. It could also easily be a 45-minute conversation. And the second item could easily be a 30-minute conversation. It could easily also be an hour conversation. So I don't know how long this workshop needs to be, if it needs to be 2 different workshops. The first idea I'd like to just talk about, there's some questions regarding the localized MSBU process. So discussing who takes out the loan, and that's a conversation we're going to have, and that we need to have to make that decision. And the second one is I would like an update on the status of our road improvement loans and the refinancing options, and discuss maybe paving some more roads in Wakulla County, and discuss current debt status and the disadvantages and advantages to refinancing during the economic downturn, including cost of labor and low interest rates, and some penalties and things we'd have to balance out. But right now, costs are low for borrowing money, and labor's low, and we still have things and people need jobs, and we need roads paved. So I'd like us to talk about that at a workshop. Do you think we should have 2? Do you think we should have 1 and 2?
No, I think we should have 1 long one.
One long one. Okay. 1 long one works for me. I just want to make it 1 long one. 2 hours? Okay. I move that we do that.
Second.
Thank you.
Motion by Commissioner Brock, second by Commissioner Oss. What was that?
That was for November 4th.
Okay. Are there any citizens to speak on this issue? Okay, there are no citizens to speak. Board discussion. Call for the motion to set a 2-hour workshop on roads November 4th. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Did you? Okay.
Well, I guess I was curious, would this be at 5 o'clock? Do we know, or?
I'm indifferent on the time. Do you feel we get better participation if we start them at 6, or would you also?
Later, yeah, we had dealt with people not being able to attend the last workshop that people wanted to get to.
A 2-hour workshop from 6 to 8.
November 4th, 6 to 8. Okay. And call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you, Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Watts?
Okay, I've probably gotten more comments on this agenda item than anyone else for so far, so I hope that's a good thing. At least people are paying attention. Here's why I brought this item forward. I feel that as a county and as a board, we're facing some very tough problems, and we have a number of unresolved issues and concerns that have been, frequently mentioned at meetings. And maybe I'm a little bit impatient, but I don't, it seems to me we're kind of mired in an unproductive mode of not either making some decisions or identifying an action to pursue or something that moves us forward in a positive and constructive way to resolve these problems and concerns. So my agenda item was an attempt to get us moving along a positive path that would find some solutions, hopefully. And what I've tried to do is I just brainstormed, or I've listed what I thought, based on our various meetings, were some of these unresolved or lingering issues. And I've also, under each, tried to brainstorm a few options just to kind of get the ball rolling for brainstorming and problem solving. And the way I'd like to proceed with this item, if the board is willing, is I would like to take the items one at a time, start with Commissioner Block, and then each commissioner in turn to comment on whether you agree or disagree that this is something that needs to be resolved. 2, to propose some possible solutions that might not be listed among those that I put on the table. And then to indicate your preferences from among the various brainstorming options that we might hear listed. And then I was also going to ask if staff wanted to have any input regarding some of the possible solutions, and on specific topics, invite the public to have input regarding possible solutions. And I really want to keep this brief, focused, positive, and productive. Now, I would like to proceed in that manner for the following items: A, C, D, E, F, and I. I think B has probably already been discussed at length in our earlier hearing and in Commissioner Kessler's item. And then G and H I would like to address in a different way that I'll explain when we get to those. And then at the end, once we've finished A, C, D, E, F, and I, and whatever we do with G and H, then I would like to open it up to the board and the public to identify other issues that need to be addressed in a similar way, maybe at a future meeting, or to comment otherwise about this process, this agenda item, or anything else that seems relevant. So I move to proceed with board discussion aimed at finding solutions as I've just described. I would appreciate a second.
It seems like the format that you're suggesting is almost the format of a workshop, having discussion. I tried to figure out how this was going to work out, and I didn't know, because your option on an agenda item to encourage the board is option 1, board discussion direction of items A through I above. I think for the board to consider agended items, we really need a motion and a second and the discussion.
Okay, actually I forgot to, in that process, that after the input, that I would be making motions as seemed appropriate as we move through. But
before we second or not second, I think I agree with the chairman, and I know that our workshop dates are far off, but there's roughly 40 items on here. You have the letters A through I with about 5 options each, and just discussing each one, I think, might take a few minutes. And I don't know that it's. I don't know. Would you like to do a workshop on it?
Not really. I thought we could move through this fairly briskly. If we can't, we can table into a workshop or a meeting.
Would each of us, staff and citizen comments on each item?
Brief comments on each, yes.
That's not been my impression in the past. I say that with all affection, with. I would support a workshop or splitting it up into smaller, bite-sized chunks versus, I anticipate this taking over 2 hours.
I don't.
That's 5 people talking about 40 items.
You know, there's not going to be a discussion of 40 items. But
there's 5 people talking about 8 items.
Well, I'm feeling the need to get us moving forward with some decisions and some positive direction on some of these things. And we've been floundering on some of these for weeks and months even, and I'm concerned about putting it off to a workshop.
I agree.
That, it's just going to fester longer.
I would perhaps suggest doing 1 or 2, and then perhaps doing 1 or 2 at the next meeting. And I think that might be more appropriate. I think that might work better for the format here, and would get us through faster than a workshop also. Because you're right, our next workshop's not until November.
All right, I will take that as a friendly amendment to do 2.
Okay.
All right, and I would also like input. I personally consider number 1 the most important. So I would like to do 1. A.
Okay, A.
And then I'm open to what other people see.
I will second whatever other one you pick, Glenn.
All right, how about you?
Second.
What letter was that?
E.
E was an Edward?
Right. Okay. So the motion is to use the process that I've outlined for A and E.
Okay, can you go over that process again so all of us are clear?
Okay, I want each commissioner briefly to comment. Do you agree that, or disagree that this is an issue? Do you have any additional solutions? What is your opinion on what is your preference among the solutions that you've heard so far? And then it goes just down the line through the commissioners. After we've heard from all 5 commissioners, if there's any staff who wants to have brief input regarding any of the solutions that have been mentioned. And then after that, if there are members of the public who want to come and make a very brief positive suggestion for a solution.
1 minute, please.
I'd say 30 seconds. There will be opportunity for the full 3 minutes at the end. But on that item, if you can do it in 30 seconds, that's what I'd like to see.
Over here all night.
You characterize positive, what do you mean by that?
Something that might help to solve the problem. A suggestion that we think would move us forward in solving the problem. Okay, and then, so let's try those 2. I don't think it'll take so long.
Do we have to vote on the motion?
Yeah, we do.
Are you still accepting discussion?
Yes.
I think this is a very good idea you have.
Thank you.
Just maybe a little different approach. And we can do these 2 tonight.
Okay.
I would suggest we see how long the first one takes before we agree to the second one. But I'd like to come back to what the chairman is. I think a better way to do it, Lynn, is to put it on the agenda each item, and spell out how you want to, resolve it, and then let's discuss it. We'll get to the same end result as what you want. I agree with you, all these are issues that we need to resolve sooner than later. But I'd like to see it in a way of you can put down as many agenda items as you want.
Yeah, I mean, I could have done which is an agenda item. I was trying to make kind of a statement for this board to maybe shift the way we move forward.
I don't disagree with you there.
Okay.
But as long as you're going to take all this input, it's going to take a while. And I don't think it's fair to the citizens not to know what's going to be talked about. I mean, it's here, but to what degree do we want to talk about it? I mean, what are your suggestions? I don't know.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? I'm not sure what your suggestion is.
We already have a more level of detail than I thought we were going to get.
Well, we're going to do two. We're going to try to walk through two. We'll see how it goes on the first one. If the first one is much longer than I think it's going to be, then we'll stop at one.
Okay.
And I appreciate I'm glad you like the idea. and I can certainly bring them back, or I'd encourage other commissioners to bring them back as items.
Okay. I'm fine with that, Mr. Chairman.
So we're going to vote on the motion to address items A as an apple, E as an apple. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to focus first on resolving concerns about the performance of the housing department. So Alan, we're going to start with you.
I appreciate having the chance to be the first to speak on this non-controversial issue. I have the options you've listed, which are wait for the report of the independent review before making organizational personnel changes, which will be on starts October 1st and be completed within 45 days. Do not wait for the results of the independent review. Direct the administrator to use information from DCA, HUD, and management review team to improve performance now. Example, place poorly performing employees on probation, intensify supervision, provide training. 3, for outsourcing all programs currently administered by the Housing Department and other. I think I'm anxiously looking forward to our independent review coming back and seeing what that says. I think there are steps in the second option. If there's any employees who still need training, I think that we should provide them training. Hopefully we don't have that, but if there are any, let's make sure that happens. And if there's any recommended changes coming down, like immediately, like DCA or HUD has said to make any direct changes, let's please implement those changes as soon as they happen. And before outsourcing all of our programs, I'd like to see Capital Area Community Action Agency is taking over some of them, which is our next actual agenda item after yours, so after Mike's. I'm going to be talking about that more. I'd like to see where that, how that is taken care of.
So do you have your preference among those options? Or you kind of want all of them?
I think all of them have, I think they all have strengths. I don't think that we have to get the entire program this second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I haven't been sitting idly by. We've been discussing this. I have been discussing it with staff, so I've been trying to stay ahead, but it is a big concern, and they know that it is, and I think they're working in the correct direction. But to answer your question, I would go with wait for the report of the independent review before making organizational personnel changes, and I think that's going to happen without a doubt. And number 3, explore outsourcing. In the meantime, right now, explore outsourcing. I'd really be interested to know when it comes time to make those changes, you know, how are we going to benefit by outsourcing? So I'd go with 1 and 3 in that option.
Okay, thank you.
I've voiced my concerns a number of times on this, and we just heard some more stuff tonight. And there was a time when we were supposed to have a committee that was set up and didn't really get much traction. I don't know what the process was, but it led to us getting this outside source to come in. My attitude on this is I think the outside source is good. But I also think that we should be looking at these things responsibly from within the administration. And I think that we can't always, and we don't have the money to, keep on paying people to do the work that's supposed to be done by our staff. So when things start going a little amiss, my expectation is, and I encourage it at this point in time, for us, I know this outside report's coming in, but who's reviewing that department from within our staff, besides that department?
Okay, kind of preventive for the future.
And address the present as well. I don't think we could just, be sitting by and saying, let's just take it out of housing for a minute and say an infraction occurs or may be an infraction that occurs, and we sit back as the county government and say, let's wait for the DEP or the DCA or anyone else to see what they say about it, if they ever do. I think that's irresponsible. I think we should be minding our own shop.
Did you have an opinion on the outsourcing?
We are outsourcing, actually. I mean, we would be outsourcing of the capital.
I'm talking about all the programs. Do you have any interest in exploring outsourcing all of the programs?
Well, I had a real interest of outsourcing at least the work of weatherization, so we wouldn't be in this position. I don't know how many months ago it was. Look, what's best for the people of Wakulla County is if we have an organization that can run those programs, for it to be run in Wakulla County and for our citizens to benefit. But if we're not running it efficiently, or whatever the problems are that we have, and we may need to have, but we don't have the final answer. So an agency like whatever they call Capital Regional or whatever.
Capital Area Community Action Agency, CACA.
They're going to be spending that money on the citizens of Wakulla County. Our citizens are still going to benefit from it. What gets lost in the shuffle is the percentage that we would be, that we heard that we would be getting for managing that program, that we could have plowed back into that program. That will now be away from us. So it disturbs me to have all outsourced. But, I mean, outsourced is better than nothing. But right now, I think we're not in that situation. We've lost part of it, we haven't lost all of it.
Okay. Commissioner Green?
Yes. I'm in agreement here with the first item that we should wait for the report to check it with our thinking as to what has happened here and what we might need to do. That we should, yes, wait for the results, that we don't move too quickly. Outsourcing, I think that outsourcing may be helpful. Of course, I think that our folks ought to be given good chance, good opportunity for, first off, correcting whatever the problem was, that they be given the proper training and workshops or whatever it takes, so that we can determine that they can or cannot do the job.
Okay.
I think that it might have happened that our program lost some positions and possibly could not meet the requirements of covering all the bases, getting to the in-service, or whether they were allowed to go to in-service or not. There's some questions there that ought to be answered.
Okay, and I do know that I'm just, let's say, explore outsourcing.
Okay.
But, okay.
We're doing that now, are we?
No, we aren't.
Isn't that to happen?
For the weatherization, it's been ordered that there be a temporary outsourcing. I'm talking about all programs.
Yeah, okay.
That we just look at it.
We should retain those programs that we are sure that we can handle, so that we can employ some of our people also.
Okay. All right, well, thank you all for your input. Yes, that's what I'm about to give you. I'm going to try and be brief. I think this is one of the most serious problems that we're facing. I've gotten information that almost every program in this division is having some problems, and I appreciate Commissioner Kessler proposing that we do this independent review, and I urge staff to keep that on the timeline, make sure that that begins and ends as outlined. The second option, I think staff has already started to do this as best they can, without maybe as much information as they would like, but I would encourage even more, and even our county administrator as the expert on management, if you can help mentor and do things that would be helpful in that department, I would encourage you to. And I really would like to explore the third option. Not that it's something we would act on. We would certainly be able to get the results of the review, but it may be a way to reduce costs as well as to better serve citizens. So I definitely want to at least explore it. And I didn't really hear any other suggestions from anybody other than, I think, what Commissioner Kessler was talking about. Okay, well, does staff, Lindsay, or staff, do you have any comments about? Okay. No, I'm sorry.
Do you want to say something?
On this issue, I think both Lindsay and I would be right in line with what's been laid out, and we share the concerns. We've shared them since the beginning, and we're working on the solutions, and we're open to see where those solutions will take us.
Okay. Then if there's anybody from the public who wants to come up and briefly offer some suggestions that you think would help to address the problem.
Pam Portwood? Pam Portwood?
Oh, I don't even think people need cards just for this portion of it.
I would prefer they had cards.
Okay. And this is just for people who want to comment on suggestions for how to improve our housing division and its programs.
30 seconds.
Okay. Yes.
On the next issue?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I really hadn't intended to speak on housing so much. But I would just like to say thank you to Commissioner Arts. I think you did a great job in just really laying out in black and white the things that we've been dealing with lately and trying to get some solution to them. So thank you for doing that. And I too, I agree. I think that this housing issue is probably one of our most serious. When I talk to people in the community that I work with, who are very reasonable people, they're very angry that we are in a position where we might lose, programs and things for housing. So I believe our county administrator to be a great leader and an expert in public administration. And I say get in housing and get it fixed. That's what I'd like. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Chuck Hickman? Okay, so press on this one? Okay. Larry Roberts?
Still Larry Roberts. To start with, I think this whole procedure is counterproductive. You talk about festering ideas or festering issues. These issues have festered because this board has refused to address them in a timely manner.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
asked for specific suggestions
You're going to,
related to...
Mr. Kessler, pounds the gavel.
Okay.
Oddly, further down in the body,
You are going to get to any suggestions, or?
suggestions, my suggestion is not to go forward with this. You're going to have these 2 or whatever issues for every meeting, and it's going to fester for a whole month, and things are going to get worse. The whole concept is dumb.
Thank you. Renee Calhoun?
Renee Calhoun. Waiting for the report is not going to fix the problems. These problems they started from the minute this commission approved those contracts. Those unlawfully executed contracts, I might add, that he had to come and back to you to get approval for. And you're all held responsible for that.
Your suggestion?
Yeah, don't approve contracts that are done behind your back. And that would have saved the money. The expenses for the housing department. There's got to be some cuts made and some control before the report comes back. They're bleeding money over there every month. There's not been any money returned for the weatherization program yet that I'm aware of, and I have documents that I received on Friday. Quit bleeding money in there. You're not following the administrative code when it comes to the way you're handling all of this stuff. You need to get a hold of the administrative code. The jobs aren't getting done because
You have some more time, right? There was the other, was that Larry's or was that hers? Oh, I'm sorry, that's right, it's 1 minute, that's right.
You can go on for another, but try to...
The job's not getting done. Eddie Franklin and Alfred Nelson, the DCA has been coming down here. They've been training them. Eddie Franklin went down to Cocoa Beach. Y'all paid for him to go down to Cocoa Beach and get trained and certified. He shouldn't have to be retrained to go in there and inspect those homes.
What's the positive suggestion you have?
That Eddie Franklin be replaced.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you.
And I think that there were statements made that could have been phrased in positive ways of...
Right.
But, Stephen Calhoun?
You're giving people 1 minute?
No, I just mistakenly said that, I think.
30 seconds.
Okay, Commissioner Ross, since this is your item,
I really would like people to come up, give a brief suggestion for something you think that will help solve the problems, not review what you think the problems are. So,
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Stephen Calhoun, 211 Betty.
get a little closer to that mic, Steve, I'm sorry.
Need a taller mic.
I know.
My suggestion is to consider and strongly consider and investigate outsourcing all programs. There are a lot of organizations and outfits out there that do this that are extremely efficient at running these type of programs, whether it's SHIP or it's weatherization. We're not set to handle it right now with staffing or with skills and abilities. They've proven themselves over and over again that they need help. My suggestion is strongly to consider these other outfits that are running over 100% at productivity rates in their own programs. So please look into that. Thank you.
thank you. I appreciate that.
Ms. Gail Hickman?
Gail Hickman, Hickorywood Drive. I've had to chop this back because it was what I was going to say. But I want to say you are 3 levels deep. You have Nelson, you have Lindsay Stevens, and you, Mr. Pingree. And I think, Mr. Pingree, you should not sit and wait for people to come back and report to you. I think you should get involved and be personally involved. Not let someone go out and find out some information and tell you. I think you ought to visit the sites yourself. I think you should review the quote yourself. I think you should talk to the homeowners yourself and the contractors, see what the problems are yourself. And I think you should get to the bottom of it. You're the top of the list. And then I think you should take action.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, it took a little longer than I thought, but I think we had some good input there. And so it sounds like people just don't want to wait for the independent review. We want the independent review and we want it done as quickly as possible, but we want to do some other things in the meantime. So I guess I will make a motion now to direct administration to be more, first to direct the administration to explore outsourcing of all programs administered by the Housing Department, and also to be more hands-on and take whatever actions can be done while we're waiting for that report to try and improve the performance of our programs.
Motion by Commissioner Watts. Second by Commissioner Greer. Any further board discussion?
We're having an update on housing after this agenda item tonight. I'm not prepared to have the entire program outsourced.
We're talking about, we're just exploring what the cost would be, what the potential.
So you want staff to bring back a report on what it would take, what would it mean to Wakulla County if we outsourced
as an option
all of our SHIP and LIHEAP programs?
And there were several of the people who said that. It wasn't just me.
Oh, right, no, I'm just making sure I understand your motion.
Commissioner?
Mr. Pena?
Yeah, I just want to be clear that we haven't just been sitting idly by and watching this. I mean, from the establishment of the management review team, whether you like it or not, was a proactive step. The repeated meetings we've had with DCA officials up to the assistant secretary, as recent as last week, is further evidence of that. Bringing forth the communication in the next agenda item is further evidence of that. We have placed people on probation, is my understanding. We are utilizing the personnel policy. We are getting them peer-to-peer training. We are getting them other training. We are participating in any and all reviews of the department, and everything, in my opinion, is on the table. You know, if at the end of the day we're not proving efficient service to the citizens, and outsourcing is ultimately, you know, wins the day, we'll be there. I would state, though, while we're not resting on our laurels, this outside review is important. And I do want to give them the appropriate liberty to come in and independently analyze, and it may be that they make the recommendation, which is going to mean probably a lot more to this community than me going down there, shadowing Eddie Franklin for a couple of days and coming up with it.
Well, but if we explore the options, if that report comes back in mid-November saying, you know, this isn't salvageable, or here's what it would take to salvage it, we already have something ready to go. We would know where we could turn, either for certain services or for certain programs or for all of them. It's just...
We'll do it I guess what I'm saying is we'll do it hand in hand. I don't want to trump them, and I don't want them to catch us cold. So we'll begin the investigation, looking at what the alternatives are. I'm on board with that. What I'm saying is, I think you're going to find that we're going to be working hand in hand with these people that are auditing us. The goal is the same. We want to make sure that we're effectively and timely serving the citizens in every program. We have had problems in doing it. We've had a lot of discussion about those problems. We've been working with people who are experts on how to fix it, and we'll continue to do so.
But I also know that there are a lot of people on staff who are spending a lot of time and feel like we need some maybe more direction, and
Okay, no, the direction is good. I just wanted to be on the record tonight about all that we've been doing.
And I think for the public too, it's not one thing that's been hard for me in government is to get used to how long it takes for things to happen. And I think for the public, there's not a, they want to see faster action. And that's part of what I'm trying to do here, so that if when we get the review back, we'll have another option or other options to look at. So I think I have a motion.
Okay, can you restate your motion, please?
Okay, so my motion is not to just wait till the independent review is completed, although we do want that to stay on task, but for us to intensify in-house efforts and also to explore the possibility of outsourcing some or all of the programs within the housing department division.
And to clarify, in-house efforts to
whatever they judge to be helpful.
But you're directing staff to increase their efforts?
I'm directing, yes, the county administrator and staff to intensify and they've got a lot, as he said, there are a lot of things underway. I'm just asking them to intensify their efforts to improve the performance in the housing department.
And, okay. Second by Commissioner Crew, was that correct? Is that okay? Okay. Any further board discussion? Hearing none. Call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Okay.
That was roughly 40 minutes.
Now we're racing on to E. One of the concerns we keep hearing about is the relationship between the county administrator's real estate transactions and relationship with Inspired Technology, and that this may be a violation. It might have been something he should have disclosed, whatever. We've heard those concerns, and again, for the public, many of us have been meeting with our county attorney to review some of these kinds of things. We've been looking at information we've been provided by the public. But the bottom line, as I understand it, is that we're going to need probably to get the Ethics Commission to weigh in if we think this is an issue. So again, I'd like each commissioner, do you think this is an issue? What suggestions do you have for resolving it? And of the ones listed by me and mentioned by others, what would be your preference?
After having spoken with many citizens, read the reports given to me, watched the PowerPoints, looked at the website, spoken with the county attorney, spoken with the county administrator, I am of the opinion that if a citizen wants to file an ethics complaint, they can do that. There's no cost to filing an ethics complaint. You can drive up there. It's about an hour north of where we are right now. I don't think that we as the county should file the ethics complaint. I don't think our county attorney should file the ethics complaint. Because after having read and reviewed everything, I think everything's okay. I don't see an ethics problem. And I think as soon as we file the ethics complaint, from that point on, County Administrator Ben Pingree, people will always be able to say, has had an ethics complaint filed against him, and it will always be a black mark against him. If there are citizens who think that there should be one filed, it takes minimal effort to do it. And I think we've gone too long of letting citizens say negative things about a man who I think has done a good job for Wakulla County.
I would like to clarify that the option I had put down was to direct the county attorney to seek a formal opinion, which is different from a complaint. Because I know I've gone to the Ethics Commission myself seeking a formal opinion where you present the information, they review it in light of the statutes and previous decisions and render an opinion. And that's not the same as a complaint. So, go ahead.
Let me add a little bit of clarity here on what the Ethics Commission will and won't consider, because I just finally got some more information from them on Friday after I talked to you, Lynn. So, they will do informal opinions or formal opinions on certain ethics issues. However, when you're into the area of potential misuse of public position, potential unauthorized compensation or solicitation or acceptance of gifts, that type of area, they will not give you a formal opinion without a complaint being filed. The reason is that all of those types of ethics violations, potential ethics violations, require a factual finding of wrongful intent. That is highly factual, determination that commission is trained to investigate and make determinations on. So they won't give an official opinion on that without a complaint and a formal investigation being done. Okay.
Thank you for the additional information. Ditto. Okay. Thanks for your brevity. Commissioner Kessler.
Is it an issue? Yes. What the solution is, I don't know at this time. Should this be a concern to the board? I think so. But I am, only me, I've already expressed my concern that it was an issue. And I'll stop there.
So to resolve the problem?
I don't know how you're going to resolve this problem.
Okay. Commissioner Green?
I have no idea as to how the problem may be resolved. I think that if an officer at the Ethics Commission would look at what has been gathered, maybe we can get some kind of answer or statement regarding whether or not anything was done improperly.
Okay. Well, then I guess I know there are people in this community who are convinced that they have found sufficient evidence that, that there is something wrong, something that at the very least there should have been disclosure and whatever else. I guess I was actually leaning toward having the county attorney, even though it takes taxpayer money, but having the county attorney seek a formal opinion from the Ethics Commission. It sounds like that's not an option. So I guess if there is anyone, and it can be multiple people, if you are sincerely convinced, based on the information that has been accumulated, like in the notebook that we got, then you can help solve this problem by filing a complaint. And I guess that applies to the individual commissioners on this board. If you think that there was an ethical wrongdoing, it's not the kind of thing we can judge. And I know people are laughing back there, but the Ethics Commission is made of people who are expert. They know all the laws and do all these kind of reviews on a regular basis, and those are the people that I have confidence in, not somebody who's not even a lawyer, I've actually found myself wondering things that had never occurred to me before. For example, I've bought property in this county, private real estate transactions such as Mr. Pingree is saying that he's done. And there have been people that are involved in that county, in that private transaction, whether it's real estate agents, surveyors, appraisers, who frequently appear before this commission on any number of things related to county matters. And now, am I supposed to be, is there a question about my having to disclose that I have done, some personal business with someone that's completely unrelated to what they're coming before me about? And the one that probably gets closest is I bought property from 3 developers in the county, and I had to sue the city of Tallahassee for selling the property improperly without advertising, not to the highest bidder, not according to their policies. It was too late to stop the sale, but I ended up in mediation. I paid an arm and a leg for that property. Now, when those developers come in front of this board, am I supposed to be saying, I have a conflict of interest and I have to recuse myself, because of this past relationship? It's really becoming really murky to me, so I don't know. I really would like to see this resolved. I was hoping we could maybe have the county attorney seek a formal opinion. That doesn't seem an option, so I am begging citizens, if you think there's an ethical issue here, please file a complaint and let's get it resolved that way.
Or quit talking about it.
Or quit talking about it, okay.
Because that's more where I'm begging, that we just move forward. My other comment I was going to make is you have to remember in a county, I alluded to it earlier when we were talking about the budget, where only 20% of the land here you can buy in the county. For everyone who lives here, it's a small community. 30,000 people, we've all interacted on a daily basis with people who bought land, sold land, with people who are from here, and who come before the board, the ones who become active citizens. I don't think there's a conflict here. And maybe it's good, I don't think there's a conflict. And
I'm not bashful about it. I know there's no conflict.
Yeah.
I know what occurred with the purchase, the private party transaction that I engaged in. I am telling you, I am telling them, I've told Steve Foltz, nothing inappropriate regarding my job or my personal self occurred. If somebody wants to take it, take it. This is the unproductivity. I'm not ashamed of this. Christ, I bought a house in this county. Now, if somebody's got a problem with that, then file it. And be prepared if you're wrong. There's been a tremendous amount of defamation in this regard, and I'm getting sick of it.
Okay, let's say, hey. Okay. Okay.
I mean, how many, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, please.
how many more hours we're going to spend on this?
I need it resolved. I do.
It's resolved. I'm like what he just said. Let's just shut up about it. Enough's enough. I mean, you just keep stirring it. Why are we back here again? I don't understand why we're back here again.
Well, because I'm trying to get it to a final
what
thing.
we're doing, Ms. Arts. I'm content. Just like Alan said, I did my research. I'm content that the man did nothing wrong. Let's move on.
Okay. Are there any other staff then who want to comment, county attorney, anything else you have to say? Okay. Then we'll open it up to the public. If you have some suggestions for how to resolve this issue, please come up and briefly tell us how as a board, how as a county we resolve this and move forward.
Before we go on to the citizens, I just would be remiss if I didn't make a comment. We brought up the example of what you should do in your case. I think, for me, if it passes through your mind, could this be a potential conflict, then you have a county attorney to go to and ask her opinion.
Well, it's never gone through my mind until all of this started coming out. It's like, right.
That's part of what I think our county attorney will give you advice on.
If you're a personal or financial benefit or financial benefit of principal employer or a relative. I mean, but any other ethical conflict, potential issues that come up, obviously we're here to address them for you.
Well, thank you. I'm going to call all of the citizens that turned in the car because this is like a two-part item. So if you don't want to speak to this item when I call your name, just pass. Bob Danzy.
Well, I'm not, Bob Danzy, I don't know if I have to say that again, but I'm not sure it's appropriate to beg citizens to file a complaint. I personally don't have a dog in this hunt. There's a conflict between Mr. Kessler and Mr. Pinger, and that's pretty obvious. But I don't think you should beg people to file a complaint. Now, the other thing is have I just,
I think we're on 30 seconds, so 15.
Now, the other thing is, have I just hurt my business by coming up here? You know, now you've said all of a sudden that there's a conflict of interest maybe with the people that come up here and speak. You can't do business with them. Well, these guys may not want to do business with me. So, I mean, you've opened a can of worms that you got to be careful about, because then you're starting to hurt my business, is the way I feel.
Yeah, thank you. And just a point of clarification, my concerns are not personal. They are concerns for the county. Okay, excuse me. I did not suggest that. Okay. Ms. Pam Portwood.
I guess I have 30 seconds, so I'm not going to say everything I was going to say, because you've heard the things that I feel about Ben and his ethics, and I don't believe there is an issue with ethics, but I believe that there's an issue with the misuse of this podium. And I think that if someone, you know, if there's a problem and a citizen believes that there's an issue of ethics with our county administrator, I think you could hear that once. And then you either move along and follow through with something or don't hear it again. The Ethics Commission is in place for this very thing. So file the complaint or don't listen. Don't listen to it again, please.
Mr. Chuck Hickman.
Do you want to call their names out so we have everybody up? This is 30 seconds, let's leave it. Never mind.
Okay, I see what you mean. Thanks for the suggestion.
Right. I got up here and I had 30 seconds left. Commissioners, my suggestion to you is that you go back and you read the rules of the Charter County. In it, it specifically states that you as a board are the people responsible for reviewing any complaint from a citizen. And you're supposed to be taking it up first. This should have been discussed months ago amongst yourselves in an open meeting, however you want to do it. But tonight, I sat here and I listened to Mr. Pingree basically make a threat to anyone who wishes to go up and file a complaint. Don't threaten anybody.
Mr. Ray Calhoun. Renee, I'll call you if you're here. Is Renee still here? Is she left?
Yeah, she's in the back.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to agree with Mr. Pingree. Either do something or shut up about it. You know, as a citizen, you know, if I want to go file a complaint, I'll go file a complaint. That's why you haven't seen me up here condemning him for what he did or did not do. He says he didn't do it. You says he didn't do it. There are people that says he did do it. Well, if you really feel that way about it, and I'm speaking to the people of Wakulla County, do something about it, or take your books and take your notes and put them on the shelf someplace. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Renee Calhoun. Yes. I had called your name because you had a card in for the first one, so that's okay.
Larry Roberts. I sort of agree with Ms. Portwood on this matter. Get on with it or let it drop. And since I have nothing good to say about the proceedings here this evening, I pass. Thank you. Ms. Gail Hickman?
I don't think this is between Pingree and Kessler. Concerned citizens asked the chairman about it. It was his responsibility as a representative of the citizens to pose those questions to you, and in doing so, he was doing due diligence. Mr. Pingree, everyone knows it is a fair question. Here's what I would have said if I were you and I was a professional person in your place. I would have said, I realize now I should have disclosed it. It was unsullied, but has been the source of much confusion that I should have prevented.
Okay, please. Okay, that's all the citizens to be heard.
Well, thank you, everyone. And I think, Steve, I agree with Steve. I think maybe you weren't the one who said it. I really think maybe we should have done this sooner in the process. And I hope maybe we'll move that way. But I know we've got two commissioners who feel adamantly it should be end of discussion. I don't really see any other options other than we as a board can't take this forward to the Ethics Commission. So go ahead now.
I want to be clear. We as a board can take this forward to the Ethics Commission, and we as individuals can take this forward to the board as an Ethics Commission.
As a complaint.
As a complaint.
Right.
I don't think we should do that. I'm not going to do that. I think, again, Tim Pingree's doing a great job. I've looked into this, and I've read everything that's been provided to me. I've spoken to the county attorney about it. I've spoken to Administrator Pingree about it. I don't think there's been an ethics violation. There isn't been an ethics violation. I don't think I would appreciate it if we just. I don't see the advantage of having it brought up every meeting and making people lose confidence in our county. I don't think we should be doing that.
Well, I definitely want this resolved. So then the motion would be that this board has decided, based on the information reviewed thus far, not to proceed further, but that citizens who feel there's an issue should proceed on their own.
I think the motion could just be this board has decided not to pursue an ethics complaint.
Would you like to make that motion?
Move that.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. So there's a motion that this board is not pursuing an ethics complaint. And there's a second. Okay.
Is there any further discussion about that?
Well, I'd like to make one comment to what was one thing that was said. The questions were posed to Mr. Pingree, and Mr. Pingree answered the questions. People just haven't liked his answer. There's a difference. If you don't like the man's answer, you just keep asking the same question until maybe one day you get the answer you want. He gave the truthful answer that I arrived at from my own separate looking into it, and that was good enough for me. So if you don't like the answer, don't keep asking the same question.
I'm not going to keep on talking to this issue. I've already expressed my concerns about it. I expressed my concerns about disclosure. And I'll call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Passes unanimously. I want to explain why I voted that way. I am not going to personally file an ethics complaint. I don't intend to do that, but I have expressed my difference of opinion from this board, and this is the board that I work with. I don't think it's a matter of having the proper answer, or the right answer, the truthful answer. I obviously was not satisfied with the answers that I was given, but I am not filing an ethics complaint.
And I appreciate everyone indulging me in my little activity, but I really think as a board we need to, take things head on and try to find solutions and make decisions and move on for the sake of everybody in the county.
I will put the second one was 25 minutes.
Okay, we're getting faster, see?
Yeah, getting faster.
Okay. I have one. I'm moving on to my next item, which is basically to put into print those 2 awards for cost-cutting and energy conservation that I described at our budget hearing. And they're now on the website, so all county departments. And I added VFDs as being eligible too. Please, I want to see some good entries here. I've already heard there's some competition between a couple of VFDs, so.
And Commissioner Arndt, I think it's worth noting that this is $1,000 you're donating for the prize.
Two
$2,000.
Two $1,000 prizes.
Because that's not listed on here right now where the money's coming from, so I wonder.
Okay, I thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you again for that sacrifice to try and improve Wakulla.
That's my pay cut, right? To try and help the county find some ways to save money on an even larger scale. Okay, did I have one more item? Yes, and that was to...
That wasn't action.
No, it wasn't. It was more of an informational, it could have been an announcement, but I thought it was better to have it in writing. Okay, this is an action item, and I'm requesting board approval of a resolution encouraging the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to consider and acknowledge local government home rule authority in its rulemaking and enforcement. Apparently there's been a real problem in Levy County with FWCC approving something for captive wildlife that isn't in keeping with the county's own regulations. So the Florida Association of Counties was encouraging counties to submit a resolution along these lines, and I thank our county attorney for drafting this. Did you want to make any comments related to it?
I mean, just in follow-up, what is occurring is that the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission is asserting that they have the authority to license wildlife facilities, tigers, monkeys, regardless of your zoning and land use. So what this would do is encourage them to try and work cooperatively.
Motion by Commissioner Arts to adopt the resolution. And
approve the resolution.
And second by Commissioner Rock. Other Bureau citizens to speak on this, Ronald Roberts.
I have a couple of questions. Do we have any captive wildlife facilities here in Wakulla County at the time?
Florida Wild Mammal.
We do? Yes. I don't know everybody in the room. Well, I pretty much do. And so I wonder if the word is out, there may be people that might want to speak to this. I'd suggest table it and advertise this a bit better before you vote on it.
It's just a
Yes, sir. Go ahead. I'm just concerned about anybody that this might affect knowing about this resolution that you're about to pass, or just before you. Thank you.
Right, thank you. And I think that that's the only citizen to speak on this. I think that the intent of the resolution is to
not have a unilateral rulemaking by the Fish and Wildlife impacting areas of county home rule. I think that basically is the issue. Have you met with them, by the way, Commissioner Ross?
No, I haven't.
I had the privilege of going to a meeting and participating in some of the attempts at rulemaking with Commissioner Lily Rooks and the attorney from Levy County. And what this does is it basically says that they have more of a right to tell you in the county where you can have something, where you can't have something, and how these cages are to be built, et cetera, et cetera. So this is really a resolution reinforcing your home rule. Any further commission discussion? Hearing none, call for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, passes unanimously. Okay. Commissioner Stewart.
Thank you. Paving of Brim Fountain Road. You have the analysis in there in front of you. It's a half a mile in length. Right over here, it's about the only dirt road left in the center of our county seat. And the folks on that road would appreciate it being paved. Unfortunately, we don't have enough to make a 2-lane road out of it, but there is adequate right of way to make a 1-way road, which is much like we did over here next to the NADS enterprise over here. But anyway, we have funds to do it, and I've detailed there how to take that, where that money would come from. So I moved that we pave Brim Fountain Road as a 1-way road from Crawfordville Highway to Raywinkle.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Stewart, second by Commissioner Brown. Are there any citizens to speak on this issue? Any commission discussion?
If possible, I know that the motion's for 1-way, just to double check with the property owners to see if we might be able to make it 2-way street, because I know that I've used it for 2 ways.
I've done that.
Yeah, I use it going both ways. They don't want to?
No. I mean, there's enough citizens on there that will fight it that we won't ever get it paved. We'd have to take that much right away again, what you see there, that we need that much again to make it 2-way. We'd have to take that much out of all this folks' property now. It'd be just 2 or 3 feet. We don't have any more right of way other than what you see there.
Commissioner Watts?
Yeah, I guess I'd like some input. I didn't get to talk to people before from Cleve and maybe from Linwood.
Which way are we going?
And you, Scott, too, if you, from a public safety standpoint, want to have input?
What we proposed was that it's a 2-way street up to the board property. Then from the board property over to Raywinkle will be 1-way. And so you can travel down to Raywinkle and then can't return back that way. But it will be 2 ways along the board property.
Is this your recommendation? I mean, is this a priority in terms of paving money and whatever to do this?
This road has already been approved, so we're just talking about putting the asphalt on it, and we don't have any right-of-way. This is a road that will, the number of complaints have dropped substantially since we put the rock on it, but it's still a heavily traveled road for people cutting through there. And even with the gravel that we put on, the road breaks down. And it would be a good project. This has not been the first time it's come up. It's been brought up before with the 1-way paving scheme by prior board.
Okay. Scott or Lindsay?
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
Selfishly, I'd want it to go the other way because I come from home and buzz right up here to the office. But safety, looking at it from a safety perspective, is the better way to do it is to force the traffic to the stoplight rather than trying to commit suicide trying to get out here because of that sign. You can hardly see out on the Crawfordville Highway and Spears sign makes it very difficult to get on the road. So that forces people around to the stoplight to get out.
So you can get to work, but you'll never get home again.
Exactly. But you'll get there on a paved road eventually.
That's right. And I have concerns, as you have concerns with the 319, I have concerns with the Raywinkle, because getting to Raywinkle, you're dropping off right where Raywinkle just about makes that severe turn to the left, to the east, and then you have Tafflinger emptying out there at the same time. So I'm worried about what we may be encouraging, although I don't know if it really will have more people using it or not. It'll just be a paved road. But I don't know, has the traffic safety look at this?
We've talked in detail about the intersection there, and we've come up with some ideas, but we're still exploring about what to do with Raywinkle and Tafflinger. I think we're going to end up having to do a three-way stop there, because right now it's a suicide. We drive it every day, as most of y'all do, and it's hit. If you don't turn your turn signal on now, you're subject to get hit head on from the guys coming off of Tafflinger. So we have, but yes, we're working on it. The CTSD is.
Probably you need more. I don't know where right away is on that, but just to bring it back more so the people that are coming from 319 to Raywinkle can see to their left, because that oncoming traffic is moving pretty quickly there.
How wide would the road have to be to make it a two-way road? 20 feet? What do you need?
We have them 16 foot, but I think
just 2 feet wider than we have.
But I think all we have right now is 12 foot, possibly 14 foot. But that'd be absolutely no swells, no nothing, and you'd be paving right up to fences, right up to trees. If you get that wide with the road, it's just no room.
And we don't, if I may, we don't want to do that, because then we subject ourselves to law over dumping water onto people's property if we don't put some sort of swell in it and take it up.
Can we, I know there's a subdivision across the street that sort of is almost catty corner. Would we be able to straighten those roads where they meet? It's a private road, so I guess you'd have to contract subdivision.
That's definitely a private road.
Yeah, it's definitely a private road.
Yeah. Okay. We haven't, we talked about pushing the traffic towards Raywinkle to make them come back out of the lot, which is a safer way of getting out of that area, but we didn't look at this.
So there's probably, 30 houses there or something, and that would make it so that they could just go straight across versus making a left jag. And I think it's an empty lot right there right now, so the sign basically comes into the subdivision. Just a thought. Okay. If you want to reach out to them, I don't know who owns it, Logan's Ridge.
Okay, thank you, Claude. So we'll call for the motion. All those in favor, signify. Sorry.
Lindsay, did you have some preferences or input on that?
I think the concerns noted earlier are there with Tafflinger, and you guys have hit on most of the issues. As a general rule, one-way streets, not necessarily a good thing. But I understand the constraints we're working with here on Brim Fountain. I think that I do agree with going towards Raywinkle as opposed to going from Raywinkle out to 319. That would not be a good thing. But the point about that intersection at Tafflinger, that's a mess, as well as another one further down is at Raywinkle and Alexander. That one's also a dangerous intersection as well, although not as heavily traveled as Tafflinger.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a call for the motion. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Mr. Pugh?
County Attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah.
I want to touch on it. We were told that we need to bring our valuations back to turn them in. So I was going to ask what we had you under your item.
What we're going to do is there's going to be an agenda item on the 20th agenda for the board to accept, and if they decide to discuss the evaluation, so they can all be done at that time.
Commissioner Stewart, you have an additional copy of yours that you gave me. What do you need a copy made back? I can copy what I have and give it back to you, or give it back to you.
You can give it back to me and I can resubmit it. I've turned mine in.
Oh, yeah, and I have it.
Okay.
Okay, so...
Either way.
Right, it's actually going to be an agenda item.
Okay.
Okay.
I do have a copy to answer your question, yes.
Okay.
I think the best procedure would be to give them to Ben and then go through them. I'll do the agenda item and they can be accepted by the board en masse.
Do what now? Say that again?
Give the evaluations to Ben.
Well, then what's different about what we've been doing?
No, give them to him and then they'll come back to the board and be accepted by the board.
Okay. Okay.
Vice things get copies available. I'll end up with copies also through Ben. Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Perry?
Okay. Well, just very briefly, and we're going to be bringing this item back for any board action beyond just giving you the update. But we did want to bring back an update to the board regarding the status of funding from the state for the ERA portion of the Weatherization Assistance Program. Commissioners, there's a significant amount of background here, and I'm not going to walk you through all of it, but this is not news to you, and we covered it a little bit in actually quite a bit in Commissioner Art's item. But, we have been working closely with the state to find out, quite frankly, first and foremost, where our quality has sufferred. Fix the quality, and then we can talk about the quantity. And, they've been great. I mean, they haven't minced words, but they've been great as far as aligning peer-to-peer training, cross-training, bringing staff down, and correcting where we've had errors. Now, basically, what they told us was, you're making improvements, but you're not there yet in terms of quality. And so we're going to take a little bit of the quantity issue away. So I believe what's laid out, but I'm just speaking kind of in plain language here. What they're going to do is they're going to temporarily give the ERA, or the Stimulus Weatherization Funding, to CACAA to be spent in Wakulla County. But they're not shutting down weatherization. What they're going to do is they're going to give us a green light to proceed with the regular weatherization program. And they're setting a target of 8 homes. And so what we spoke with the Assistant Secretary about was, look, we want to do those 8 homes exactly and precisely to your specifications. When you're confident that that's being achieved, then we'll talk about bringing back the ERA if there's still ERA funding at that time. But we want to make sure that the citizens are being served, and at the end of the day, this may actually be a force multiplier. There probably will end up just being more homes in the county that get served, and while this has been, yes, a humbling and somewhat painful process at times, I think this is appropriate, and we're behind it 100%. Anyhow, there will be a modification that we'll bring back to you that'll help effectuate this, but we'll do that at the next meeting, so there's plenty of time for citizen review. I don't know if you want to take a motion to just accept the report.
Move to accept the report.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Commissioner
Brock, second by Commissioner Stewart, to accept the report from Administrator Pingree. All those in, any further discussion?
Are there no citizens?
No. Is it okay? Call for motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously.
Just a brief word, if I could. I wanted to just say a couple of quick things. First and foremost, I wanted to thank you, Commissioner Arts, for the intent of what your agenda item brought forth. I've had a lot of good people from around the region and here at home in Wakulla and around the state give me advice and counsel. Some would say you should speak more. Others, especially recently, tell me I should just shut up. Probably good advice in both cases. Sometimes candor walks arm in arm with discretion, and sometimes it doesn't. But earlier tonight, my frustrations are the frustration born over 5 months of dealing with what I feel to be pretty rough. Now, I'm on record. I'm not going to get back into it. What I do want to say is it does appear that this board, wherever you want to go, you're moving forward. I've been honored to serve. It's a privilege to serve, and I've loved it. And if we're moving forward in a positive direction, I couldn't be any happier. So to that extent, I want to thank you. Frankly, I would have liked to have hit GH&I, but regardless, and we may never get there in a formal setting, but I sense a page being turned, and I'm willing to walk with this board yet again. But it's been tough, but it's good to be here, so thank you.
Commissioner Ross, you have anything for discussion? Commissioner Green? None. Commissioner Brown?
I was just going to say that at our well, two things. One, I wanted to thank Comcast for covering our special meeting. We've tried very hard to get Comcast to come and cover our workshops for a long time. I'm hoping that's a step in the right direction, and they'll attend and cover more of our workshops so our citizens at home can get the chance to watch our workshops also. We really appreciate that, Comcast. Thank you very much. I also want to say, as with the last workshop, our special meeting, I was contacted by many people prior to that meeting, and all of them asked me to limit conversation from all sides of the spectrum. What they did not want was more. They wanted to limit the conversation and discussion at that meeting as much as possible. All sides of the political spectrum. I had not one person say we really need to talk about this more. I was surprised by the number of people contacted me and said what we need to do is move forward and not talk about this any further, which is one of the reasons I moved forward with that. It was not any other logic behind it.
Commissioner Stewart? And motion for adjourn?
So moved.
Second? And all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
We should submit my conversation.
I'll